What is a dirty business tactic that you know and everyone should be aware of it? Worked in a family-owned pharmacy for a few years. Find yourself a family-owned pharmacy if you are. Don't want to go through your insurance. B. Don't have insurance. Or C. You'd like to support the working class and not Walmart or CVS. People would call us and ask for a cash price for their medication. We would be hundreds of dollars cheaper than Walmart on almost every prescription. I remember quoting someone a 90-day medication at $20 and they said Walmart was going to charge $250. The reason I said the things about not going through insurance is because insurance companies tell the pharmacy how much to charge you and tell the pharmacy how much the medications cost. Sheet. Add insurance companies to this list. Family-owned pharmacies are losing so much money because of the way insurance companies work. Edit. I can't spell edit too. Wow, this blew up while I was at work. Okay, so by reading the comments it sounds like what I said is true at most places, but that doesn't mean there aren't pharmacies that are more expensive. It depends on where you live, I guess. Also, thanks for the gold. Edit 3. Lots of people are asking how to find a family-owned pharmacy in their town. Honestly, I'm not too sure. I stumbled upon this one and applied for a job because my mom had a patient talk about it. Was dumb luck. Maybe check a phone book or Google. Maybe not dirty, but incompetent contractors will often underbid jobs. So if you request a bunch of quotes and all the bids are relatively close except for one that's way lower, there's roughly a 100% chance that guy will screw it up and you'll have a nightmare on your hands. Sometimes you get what you pay for also. FWTW. If a bid is high, it probably means they don't want the job. Point edit. For everyone asking why you would bid high rather than just reject the job, it's considered unprofessional to just not bid a job. It leaves a sour taste in customers' mouths when you just outright don't even give them a price. Reasons you don't want the job could include: point you're out of manpower and can't staff it. Point there's something about the job that makes you not want to deal with it. For example, fixing an air conditioning that wasn't installed right means you could be looking at a job that is actually going to take months, still not be right after you're done, and the customer could blame you, not the original contractor. No thanks. Customer is an asshole or difficult in some way. He might have non-asshole friends. However, you don't want him bad-mouthing to, so the goal is, don't piss him off, but also try not to work for him either. Edit 2. Should have put this in the original comment. Sometimes they will outright steal from you, or half do a job, take the money and run. They count on you being either too poor or too passive to take them to court. Giving someone a promotion just to get them back on a probationary period so they can be fired without cause or repercussion. Point happened to my wife recently. They were able to twist some information to make her look bad enough to can, and with no risk of legal recourse, because she was on probation with her new position. Wife said they did the exact same thing to someone within the past year. The guy won Employee of the Year, was promoted and promptly fired. Edit. Holy inbox. Thanks for the replies and support. I'm doing my best to read everything and sneak responses in between work. I'll be sure to read everything later at home. And to the others that have had some variation of this happen to them, I said this in a reply somewhere below. Success is the best revenge. Prove these people wrong by proving yourself right. Point edit 2. She had a phone interview this afternoon, her first interview since this all went down, and was asked to come in for a follow-up to meet them in person. Not out of the woods yet, but we are making progress. Edit 3. Just wanted to clarify, she held a US county government position, which makes the rules a little different when it comes to these situations. I don't want to get into any more detail about the field she worked in, but I can say that anything legal we could throw at them would not go well and could potentially blackball her from other positions in the county/state. Them's the breaks. Oh seat, I hope I'm not too late to get this out there. Point. When I was working in sales, this is what they taught me to psychologically trick people into buying whatever sheet we were selling. Strap in. This could be long. Point. First up, everything I learned in sales worked through what they called impulse selling, which means playing on people's tendencies to make a decision based on their current state of emotion. Salesmen will build your level of impulse and then close you. The close is the point at which they seal the deal. and you give them your money in exchange for whatever they have convinced you that you need. There are 5 basic ways that salesmen will impulse you. The acronym they taught us was GIFTS. The first was greed. People are naturally greedy, by which I mean they want more for their money. They want a good deal. If people think they can make or save money, they are more inclined to buy. An example of this is basic half price or buy X, get Y free sales. I stands for indifference. People can smell desperation on. If they sense that you have a motive for wanting them to do something, like buy, they will be more wary and want to know your reasons. Therefore, a salesman will try to make it seem as though they do not care whether or not you buy, even if they are on commission. After all, they are only offering you this amazing deal for your own benefit. They have nothing to gain. Third was fear of loss, causing people to worry that they will miss out if they don't buy. This can be exploited by making people think that this is their one and only opportunity to purchase at a reduced rate, or used in conjunction with greed. For example, buy in the next 60 minutes and get X free. The Jones theory. If your community is getting on board with an idea, there is no reason that you shouldn't too. It's safe. It's all the rage. Everybody's doing it. Don't miss out. This also ties in with fear of loss. The last one is sense of urgency. It can be used in similar ways as fear of loss, that is buy in the next 60 minutes or else X, or as subtle as a salesman saying that they have other appointments and won't be able to come back and offer you the deal for a too long period of time. A sense of urgency causes people to buy more impulsively, especially when coupled with a fear of loss. Once salesmen have impulsed you enough, they will try to close you. I was also taught a number of techniques to close. The first was the assumptive close. This is basically assuming that the person will buy and fill out the paperwork. A common example of this is a salesman simply asking for your name and proceeding with the sale. They will fill out an entire form and then just ask you to sign at the end. This is often assisted by the trial close, where a salesman will slowly push you over the line while at the same time testing you to see if you are impulsed enough to buy. They will do this by asking you closed questions aimed at steering you down a conversational track, which leads to a sale. Charity workers do this a lot when they ask, do you like dolphins? Yes. Do you think dolphins' habitats should be protected? Yes. How much do you spend on beer/tea/coffee a week? $5 to $50. Do you think you could put $X towards saving the dolphins? Well, I guess you got me there. Another powerful close is the alternative close, where salesmen will offer you one of two choices, both of which result in a sale. So would you like the regular option or the sleek deluxe? Often presented assumptively, see assumptive close. The last was the silent close. Harder to use, but effective with indecisive buyers or people that pull back when pressured. Basically presenting the overwhelming positives with the easily countered negatives, and then shifting control of the conversation to the buyer and forcing them to say yes or no. Obviously, the salesman has presented the information in such a way that you would be stupid to say no. After building tension and excitement for the product, they let you come to the decision themselves. Almost every person who sells goods or services has been taught something along these lines, and the most successful salesmen have this information at the forefront of their minds when they are selling to you. Never forget it. These people just want your money. They honestly do not generally care what you get out of it. Edit. Some spelling plus TYFTTKS. Also, if anyone ever wants to give me gold, please donate it to a dolphin sanctuary or something instead. Thanks. The you want a TV/$5,000/base boat. Scams at car dealerships. Generally, you get a flyer in the mail that says scratch off X to see if you won. You always win the biggest prize, but when you read the fine print, you actually only win the right to spin some wheel or put your name in a box for a drawing. The employees' friends and family always actually get the boat/TV/cash. Your win is just a tactic to get you into the dealership. A fun thing to do is waste the manager's time. Go to the dealership, prize flyer in hand. Find a nice car, one with all of the options. Ask for every dealer add-on they offer and tell them you don't want to waste time negotiating. You have cash. Talk to the manager and keep going back to him/her. Insist on a test drive with the manager. Convince them you want to buy the car and get to the paperwork phase. Then, just before you sign, inform them that they haven't sold you a car. They've sold you on the idea of buying a car. Get the manager's card and tell them you'll be dropping their card in a hat with other dealership managers' cards. A card will be selected at random, and that dealership manager will be notified by mail in 4 to 6 weeks. Let them know that the actual car you buy may not be the one used in your promotion. Update. Thank you, kind stranger. Extreme markup for quick, sheety quality point. Worked here for 6 years, but not anymore, so fuck it. Point. Getting a large job done at Kinkus, FedEx office? Don't need it for a few days to a week. Don't be a sheethead and say, I need this done now / as soon as possible. If you do that, it gets produced in-house and you'll pay up the ass. Instead, ask for a bid point. If your bid is over $250, say no. They will drop your price by 10%. It's called 10 to win, as in they drop your bid by 10% to win your business. If your bid is over $750, say hell no. Tell them you wish to speak directly with their national bid center. You will get a call within 24 hours and your price will be dropped dramatically. I've literally seen a $5K order get dropped to $750. They then send your order off either to their CPC, Central Production Center, or they literally call another local company, and they do it. Either way, the quality of work will be a million times better than if they ran it on their shitty Canon machines that break down constantly. One last thing, never print from their computers. If you need something small done quickly, at least have your file or files on a USB stick or in your email as attachments so that you may use their hit-miss cloud service. You're looking at minimum $0.99 page for color plus computer time charged per minute via around $0.50 page for color, and no computer charges. Better yet, befriend an employee and find out what company they send sheet out to locally. Look up their webpage, call them for a quote, and be amazed as your price literally drops 50%, 100% markup when they outsource. Edit. Forgot to add that the employee you want to befriend will need to be at minimum an LPC or lead project coordinator, and even then they might have no clue where it gets sent to. You want the one you see behind the printing counter that seems to ignore you until someone else helps you. Point. Edit again. Took me a moment to remember, but since you're my friend and live in LA, you can skip befriending an LPC and go straight to complete printing. Strap yourself in, ladies and germs. I worked as an installation technician in home security for 5 years, and I can confidently tell you home security salesmen are the shadiest scum on the earth. They work in the business of keeping you safe, so they already have a great facade to hide behind. What you may not know is that these guys have apps and databases that let them know specifically which houses to target. They have apps that have been specifically created to collect the ages of local residents based on private data collected, so they know which houses are elderly people, which are their easiest targets. The second easiest is those who have been broken into or burgled recently. They have an app for that. Basically it's like the search offender finder, but for those who would be more susceptible to their tactics, because we've noticed a recent influx of robberies here in your neighborhood. Oh, you had a break-in last year? I had no idea. Let me come in and see what system you're working with. Never let them in your house. I've watched their team meetings where they discuss the #1 goal being to get inside the building. If they do that, they think they've made the sale. They can sell you from the doorstep. If you're truly interested, tell them to come back. If it's raining out, don't pity them for being out in the rain. They chose to be out there selling that day and are counting on your generosity. The shortest contract you can get with any major dealer is 3 years. They'll try and sell you on 5 or longer, but just know that you have 3 days to cancel that contract. After that, if you cancel, you owe them the remainder of your contract amount, your monthly RATX amount of months left, and they will collect from you, your loved ones, if you pass on, if you move, and don't wanna take it with. These guys get paid at least $250 to $500 per sale they make. And I've seen guys sell 5 in a day. There's no motivation to actually help on that side of the industry. It's all a money grab. Giant companies buying each other out left and right. Company A starts up and goes out and scores 1,000 customers in 2 years. They've met their goal. So they sell Monotronics for a few million. Now you're with Monotronics and you don't even know it. And a few years later, when Monotronics comes to upgrade your system, they're really just signing you in for another contract. There are even shady salesmen walking around pretending to be reps from your company, offering to upgrade with a contract signature, but really just signing you to another company. They're gonna tell you that your security system is free as long as you put up their sign in your yard, because they have a special short time offer for advertising customers, but that faking system costs less than $500 and they are definitely adding that into your total contracted amount. The more devices you add, your monthly rate starts increasing. Why? More coverage? Nope. You're always paying for those devices, whether or not they're advertised as free. Oh, and those device prices? Bullshit. Have them show you a piece of equipment, Honeywell door window sensor for example, they will claim cost 2 points. Those points are equal to $30 to $50 a piece, depending how much profit the salesman want to make off of them. Go look on Amazon while they're there and see how much that whole $1,000 system really costs and see how red their face gets. I've loved shaming salesmen who lie to unsuspecting customers. I've helped people who have been lied to and even told them to cancel if they've flat out been given 100% lies, which does happen unfortunately. Just don't trust security salesmen, guys. They and the company they make money for have no interest in your well-being. You're nothing but another $500 to them in an hour's work. TLDR. Security companies are targeting you and your neighborhoods and will say anything to get inside your house. Do not trust them. Buy and install your own system from Home Depot or Amazon. You wouldn't believe how easy it is to set up a wireless security system without a provider that will deter any burglar who hears it go off. I worked at Enterprise Rent-A-Car, and there's a lot of scummy stuff done by that company, but the most common is called a wrap slap. Basically you can get 4 types of coverage through Enterprise on your rental. Damage waiver, DW, covering any damage to the car. Supplemental liability policy, SLP, covering damage to any third party that you cause in the car that is someone else's car. A fire hydrant, etc. Personal accident insurance, pay, covering medical bills up to $1mm, and roadside assistance protection, RAP, basically enterprise pats for AAA, or whatever roadside assistance you might need. Now, most people have all of these things covered and choose not to take any coverage, preferring to use what they already pay for. The DW is about $20 per day. If you get all coverage, you're looking at up to $100 per day. What you need to understand is that every employee at an enterprise is in sales, but they don't make commissions. Everyone there has sales targets to hit in order to simply keep their jobs, and the company turns a blind eye to the practice of wrap slapping. Essentially, you tell the customer the total of their rental, including taxes and surcharges, is X when it is really Y, and you include the coverage on their bill without them knowing or consenting. Some people will argue, and the employee will say they can work in a discount, and will take the coverage away. Inside a tip, any enterprise employee can discount up to $100 without manager approval. This sounds bad already, but it gets worse. The management, as well as other sales reps, train you on who to wrap slap the elderly, people with a language barrier, people who've never rented before. TLDR. Enterprise Rent-A-Car employees hide unwanted insurance coverage on rentals in the tax, and typically prey on the elderly/people who don't speak English. All of your natural labels on food are a scam. They mean nothing, and have almost zero regulation on how they are used. Then there's organic produce, which has been proven time and time again to be nutritionally indistinguishable from non-organic counterparts. Organic farms are not better for the environment. There are simply good farm practices and bad farm practices. Plenty of non-organic farms have better and safer practices than many organic farms. It's all basically a scam to sell overpriced food to wealthy people who've bought into a lifestyle that has been heavily marketed to make them think their purchases make them a better, healthier person. I work in agriculture. I'm a researcher for a university, but I've worked on non-organic and organic operations. I don't want to make blanket statements, so I won't say that all organic farms are this way or that way. It depends on the management. However, from my experiences and research, organic farms are heavy wasters of resources. I worked on one organic farm that was the pinnacle of the eat, grow local community and movement. Everyone in the area knew our farm, and we sold produce at farmers markets and local organic groceries. Our farm wasted hundreds of man-hours, water, soil, and other resources to produce plants that simply weren't as tough. We'd lose huge chunks of our produce to insect pests and diseases that could be easily managed on a non-organic farm, just to produce a vegetable that feeds a person exactly the same. We used more inputs to produce lower quality crops, which we then charged triple for, and sold out at the farmers markets. We threw out hundreds of pounds of perfectly good cucumbers, because they had bite marks from cucumber beetles on them, and the organic stores wouldn't sell a marked cucumber. Our grow tunnels would get infested, and we could throw down powdered clay and other repellents, but they hardly worked. If we pulled out stunted potatoes, they'd be sold as gourmet baby potatoes at $5 a pound. Some of our produce was beautiful, but a ton was crap and even more was thrown out. Organic farms also use a sheet ton of plastic to cover the ground and manage weeds, since they can't use herbicides. The edges of the plastic get pushed deep in the ground, and we could never dig it all out. The earth gets filled with plastic, a bunch of it would end up in the river, and the rest of the plastic would get torn up after harvest and put in a landfill. There's also the issue of livestock. Organic antibiotic-free livestock can never be treated for infections with medicine because their value drops way down as they could no longer be sold as organic. If you have to treat a dying animal, you might as well just send it straight to market after, because it's not useful in your herd. Animals also weren't vaccinated against everything they should have been, because a lot of the people buying our meat were anti-vaccine. This meant our animals got sick, and then we made them suffer, waiting to see if they'd get better on their own, so we wouldn't have to treat them with antibiotics or other banned medicines. Some of them got better. Some of them we treated and immediately sold at a fraction of the price to market. And some of them waited too long and they died. Horribly inhumane and unethical. Withholding medicine from sick animals so people can pat themselves on the back when they eat an antibiotic-free burger. Seriously, fuck organic and the managers who sell the lifestyle and pander to the rich and ignorant. I bet there are a lot of great organic farms out there that are responsible and productive, but being organic has absolutely nothing to do with it. It's all about management. TLDR. Organic food is a scam to sell overpriced, often lower quality food at a greater cost to society and our natural resources. Organic equals higher quality food, safer practices, humane treatment of animals, or environmentally friendlier practices. When buying a used car, definitely get the Carfax. But also definitely, and I mean definitely, take the car to a dealership to have a pre-purchase inspection done. So for instance, if you're wanting to buy a Prius, take the car in question to a Toyota dealer. Call the service dept and make the appointment. They will know what you're talking about. If the seller refuses, walk away. Even if they agree, the dealer may find significant problems. It's an insurance that costs you about $200, but can save you thousands. If you have a moment, read my personal story below. I live in Chicago and have a long commute to the suburbs, so wanted to buy a used Prius. I found a good price, $15,000, on Craigslist for a 2-year-old Prius. Seller gave me the VIN for Carfax, which checked out clean. I asked if I could test drive it and take it to a nearby Toyota dealer, which he happily agreed. After sitting in the waiting room for over an hour, the mechanic comes in and says, "Sir, are you really thinking about buying this car?" He then gives me a laundry list of significant problems, including 2 frame bending accidents and extensive electrical issues. He explained that people will buy totaled cars, then do repairs themselves, or have friends do repairs, so that Carfax is not validated. I think they call these rebuilt titles. When I brought it back to the seller, he did not deny it. He just laughed and said someone else will buy it, and he's probably right. Dickhead cost me $200, but the inspection saved me $15,000. I still see the seller's ads all the time on CL. He always has multiple cars for sale. Some he outright labels rebuilt title, others he doesn't. So I imagine they are all rebuilds. Carfax is not enough. Get the inspection. TLDR. Don't trust Carfax. Bring a used car to a dealer for pre-purchase inspection. Anyone likes seafood? Rat packs. They'll put the nicest fillets right on top and give you some smelly, crappy old fish tucked away on the bottom of your package. Point, is it old? Marinated. Old fish. Smells bad. Can't pass it off as nice fresh fish. They'll throw some marinade right on top to mask the issues and send you home with some premium charged, pre-marinated seafood to cook up. Point, is it old? Can't marinate it? Cook it. Old dead lobsters become steamed dinners to go. Dead softshells get a breadcrumb trench coat and fryer trip. Old chocolate tuna and fish scraps get a boiling soak and turn into tuna salad. Point, is it old? Too expensive to cook / marinate? Steak? Soak it in some milk and ice water. I can't recall the enzymes and process, but soaking smelly old fish in milk will yield you some nice odorless fresh fish to sell. Point, is it old? Too expensive? Can't soak it in milk. Soak it in ice water, salt, lemon juice, and celery stalks. That'll give you a nice odorless fresh fish to sell to grandma. Lobsters costing a lot. They'll pack you up some nice lobsters in brown paper bags and double bag it in plastic right out of the tank. How nice. Except for the now waterlogged paper bag you're paying $10/lb plus for frozen crab legs. Too expensive? Let's coat them in small layers of water and refreeze. That way you can pay $20/lb plus for ice glazing on your favorite high-end appetizer not in season. Who cares? They'll tell you it's local no matter what. Brush up on the seasonality of fresh fish nearest you and figure out who's full of shit. Fillet fish too expensive? Fake it till you make it. Been selling fish for over 10 plus years and I'll admit fillet fish without the skin can be extremely difficult to identify. Don't pay flounder prices for sway fillet or American red snapper cost for bliners, tails, or other imports. Yeah, it's wild, ma'am. Again, know what fish are wild and from where. Wild salmon fillet ain't ever gonna be under $18/19/ and there is basically no Atlantic/Scottish wild salmon. Point, dead softshells? Don't worry, we've cleaned them for you. If they are pitching already cleaned crabs, tell them to fuck off. Point, lobster roll season. Make them cheap. Lobster is insanely expensive even at its seasonal lowest prices. They'll crush up, split, and cut up cooked shrimp and imitation meat, mix in some real stuff, and call it 100% lobster salad. Point, that's just a small sample of the sick faked up stuff that happens in the retail/wholesale seafood world. There's plenty more, and tons of substitutions, that fishmongers and scummy businessmen do every day in the fish world. Point, edit, formatting. Oh, this is a fun one. I can just start listing things my old employer used to do. I'll just note that these things all applied to salaried positions in an office environment. Point, the first is something a lot of employers do, but technically is wrong. Making every person in the company an exempt employee, including receptionist. This keeps them from paying anyone overtime. Point, providing job offers biannual salary, but calling a year's worth of work 2100 hours. There are only 2080 working hours in a year, so you will never make you annual salary. You will always be short paid by 20 hours a year for last minute work needed. Posting job listing for a position that doesn't exist and asking interviewees to test their skills by completing a task, then using that product to submit, followed by removing the job posting and calling the position filled. Yeah, free labor telling people, verbally, no paper trail, they need to work on federal holidays. ADP automatically had those holidays checked as time took, and they made it so no one could alter it, effectively taking away vacation time on top of the 20 hours a year they were shorting you. Edit. Ironically, this was most commonly done on Labor Day, nearly every year, providing incentives for early project completion, and then instead of paying that stated cash bonus, giving a physical gift worth equal value. I'm the proud owner of a $50 GPS instead of a $500 bonus. Hours changing an employee role to include the responsibilities of an entire additional position with no notice to the employee. No need to give a raise, and now you get to fire them for not living up to their responsibilities in the same vein. This is more subtle, but I caught on. Changing great employees' official job titles to something grandiose with no comparable pay increase. It makes it much harder for that person to get a job of equal pay, because other employers will not want to give you a 50% pay increase, or b, wonder why the director of finance was only making $50,000 a year. When finances get tight, changing the policy on who is covered under the insurance policy, and then asking for reimbursement for past year's premiums for employees who now have SOS who fall outside the new policy. Gay common law relationships. Telling people who to vote for. Edit. I'll bet you can guess which political party. Forcing salaried employees to work 36-hour shifts under threat of firing. To complete projects, let me know. If anyone wants more, I can keep going. Edit. Couldn't figure out bullet formatting. Just went through this with a house purchase. It's the shifting numbers game. When I first talked to the bank, they had an incredible offer. Okay, fine, we can run with that. Suddenly, the house I wanted to purchase was not in the offer area. Lolwood. Okay, so let's run some numbers. We did. I asked him what we were looking at. He tried to flood me with numbers and I stopped him and said, give me the bottom line numbers. I want the final down payment amount, final interest rate, final monthly payment. I wrote them down. Go about 3 days later. He suddenly can't get the same numbers accepted into the system. Red flag. Oh, and the initial down payment had to jump up $300. Red flag. At this point, I wasn't too interested. But, hey, maybe he'll pull something out of his ass. Besides, I had a little bit of time before I had to settle on details because we had just made the earnest payment, etc. For the next week. It's always something that made sure that he couldn't give me what he promised. Those numbers would always go up. After the second round of this, it became very obvious to me that he was playing the numbers game, hoping that I was just so in love with the house that I wouldn't switch to another bank, take a sheet deal, and pay far more than I should. So, while dragging him on for 2 more weeks, I had already switched banks, gotten better deals, and a written promise that the numbers wouldn't go higher than X. Once I switched, people came out of the woodwork to tell me that this first lender always played that numbers game. Oh really? I drugged him on for 3 more weeks, letting him think that I was interested. He kept crunching numbers, spending time on the deal, and letting me know just how lucky I was, and that the lending company was going to lose money on this sale. Yada yada. Then suddenly, without another word, I stopped responding to him. He kept sending email after email. He texted me a few times, called me. He even called my real estate agent. She never replied. Waste my time, I wasted yours. Edit. I ended up going with a bank that, because of how I approached the purchase process, ended up with a fuck ton of closing credits. More than they could actually take. They ended up dropping my interest rate a little more than 0.5%. FHA crap. No closing costs, low interest rate, a pittance of a down payment, lower monthly payment than my previous rent, for twice the house. It was a good deal. I worked in the oil and gas industry for a brand marketing internship in college. This company owned a franchised brand and an in-house brand. They would target new Americans, which were mostly Pakistanis or people who spoke limited English, and sell them on the idea of owning their own business. Franchising for the company was much cheaper than investing in building their in-house brand. A benefit in the in-house brand, however, was, since they had more control over the costs via vertical integration, they were able to undercut competitors on gasoline prices, so the brand marketers would target new Americans and have them invest their own money in opening up a gas station. If the gas station did well, this would be a market test for the viability of the in-house brand. The in-house brand would then find a spot typically across the street from the franchise and build their own station. If the franchise didn't do what the in-house brand wanted, they would begin undercutting the station on gasoline prices until they were run out of business due to not being able to shoulder the burden of cost like the in-house brand could. Once the station was gone, prices would rise again, and the in-house brand would benefit from not splitting traffic like before. I figured this out about halfway through my internship and essentially just checked out. I was paid well, but it was the worst I've ever felt as an employee. If you're in a dispute and the other party offers you a settlement, it's pretty much guaranteed that if you hire a lawyer you'll be able to get more. However, your lawyer will be paid as a percentage of the entire recovery, despite having only been responsible for some of it. Like, say you're offered $10,000 for a personal injury. You go to a lawyer and they take your case. Let's say they get you $100,000. The lawyer takes 33% off the top. You're left with 66 grand. Now, that's 56 grand more than you would have gotten otherwise. Seems like a pretty good deal. Most people wouldn't care that $3,333 of that, 33% of the original $10,000 offer, wasn't really earned by the lawyer, but say the lawyer only gets you $12,500. If they take their third, that's $8,334, less than you were offered. Even if they bring in $15,000, you're still right where you started despite a 50% increase in the settlement. That's not fair at all. A lot of lawyers wouldn't do this to a client. But a lot of lawyers, if someone comes in saying I've got a $10,000 offer already, what they smell is free money, a minimum of $3,333 of it. So in this situation, go to a lawyer and say I've got this offer on the table. I think there's more there. I'll give you 33% of whatever you can get above the existing offer. Some lawyers won't take that offer. Or at least, they'll pretend they won't as a negotiating tactic. Stand strong. Tell them that's the offer. If they won't take it, find a lawyer who will. Source: I'm a lawyer. I work at the main store in a local chain of adult novelty shops. If a couple comes into my little haven of debauchery, I will ask who controls the money and who has the final say before they ever reach the counter. Not only will I sit there and make the man feel impotent to the point of embarrassment, but I will also offer a great way to fix it. And because I sympathize with the situation, I will even cut him a deal and chop 10% off that $300 dildo his wife keeps eyeing, and throw in a free dick pill and a packet of G-spot stimulant, which we get 4 pennies a piece anyway, so he can really wow her. Or I will completely ignore the man, strike up a casual conversation about products, show off the top shelf items first, which we usually only have one of besides the floor model of them stocked at any time, because they are mostly for show, or the higher end hands-free options we have. Then I will get her by offering pretty much the same product for $50 less and once again take that magical 10% off, just because I want to help. These are two of the many things I have been actively encouraged and trained to do to make sure you don't walk out of my store without having spent at least $50. And the best part is that you will come back a week later, tell me all about how I helped you out so much, and how you love your new toy, buy another toy or pill, at my recommendation of course, and say thank you. I get paid to help people go and fuck themselves. Admittedly, I've not scrolled far down enough to check if this sheet is here or not, but I'm gonna wade in with a couple of things I've noticed. Point sales techniques. 1. I've got one of these at home. If they tell you this, it's not necessarily bad, but it is a dirty trick. I had a car sales rep take us out on a test drive right after dropping that clanger, and she faked up. Just pull up behind my car there. It was a VW Golf. Beach, you just told us you've got an up. She instantly corrected herself. My other car. I don't like this tactic because it's basically dishonest in nature. Fuck her too. You look like a smart guy. Never take compliments from sales reps. You don't look smart. They're saying you're faking stupid enough to fall for empty compliments. It's a tactic designed to make you feel good and put you at ease, make you trust the rep and buy the product. If they can't sell this sheet on the merit of its own features, they will resort to cheap compliments to soften you in. 3. Don't let them keep upselling and upselling you sheet you don't want. Unless you want it, of course. Always realize they need you to buy. In most cases you can just hightail it out of there. If you go in for a base level product and want to stay cheap, cut that sheet out before you end up buying a whole heap of sheet you didn't need. Don't let a sales rep make you feel good or tell you anecdotal stories about the product or their reputation. Don't trust them when they tell you a story about how customer service is more important to them than sales, and they suggested a cheaper thing or service to someone because the customer had the wrong idea. It's most probably bullshit. Go in there with what you want and don't let them manipulate you. Assume everything they say that is not a quantifiable fact about the product is complete bullshit. Went to a festival/carnival/thing and there was a group doing door prizes. Just needed to give your name and phone number. Chance to win a trip. Group is called Trade Show Travel. Wife signs up. Why not? About a week later my wife gets a phone call. We won. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Put the phone on speaker, and the guy starts laying it out. 4 trips. Yes, 4. Everything is paid for except for flights. It sounds so good. We just need to pay like $500 up front to reserve our spot. I'm like, this is awesome. But you know, there are scammers out there, and you just called us. So how do I know this is real? Will you send some kind of official confirmation? Dude is like, you can look at our website. Everything is legit. I'm like, nah man, anyone can get a website. That isn't confirmation. So, my wife keeps him talking while I do some quick googling. Total scam. You don't sign anything up front, and they hit you with a bunch more charges after you're already there. That and you have to attend a timeshare sales session. Ultimately I call him out and hang up on him. He even calls back and leaves an angry voicemail like, we aren't scammers. We are just selling an offer, but if you want to walk away from that then that's just too bad for you. No need to get angry about it. TLDR. Don't give out your credit card number over the phone lol. This one is long and complicated, but it's something straight out of a Lex Luthor master plan. I'll number it for ease of reading. 1. Most individual commercial building owners outsource daily management to property management companies. Owners generally do what they do for passive income, not to take on a full-time job, so this makes sense. 2. The PMC stipulates in their contract with owners that their site manager has full discretion over contractor hiring. Again, it makes sense. But here's the first twist. Point 3. Many PMCs have company policies, not mentioned in the contract with the owner, that their site managers have to use contractors also owned by the PMC for these contract hires, because they are no bid, have outrageously high fees. This causes drops in the building's profitability for the owner incrementally. Over the years, business savvy people are probably asking themselves right now, but why would they do this? What incentive do they have? Shouldn't they want the managed property to succeed? No. Here's why. 5. Once the PMC runs the building's finances into the red through double dipping and gouging, owners become eager to sell, to cut their losses. The building won't flip for a profit if it has poor financials. 6. And now that the value of the building has dropped considerably, who just so happens to make the first offer to buy? The property management company. 7. Most owners by this point are just desperate to unload their bad property, so they agree. 8. Once the PMC actually owns the building, site managers adhere to a new policy for contract hires, shop around for the least expensive contractors the site managers can find. Just like any honest business would. 9. This puts many commercial buildings into the black again in a short time frame. 10. Now that the building's value has increased, the PMC can either flip that building for a handsome profit or just hang on to it, depending on comparative analysis of the two options. TLDR. Some property management companies intentionally tank the value of the properties they are contracted to manage. Then they snap up the property from the desperate to sell owner at its now depressed value. Once the company owns it, they start managing it responsibly, and the red ink turns black virtually overnight. From there, they either keep the property or they flip it for profit, depending on the property in question. They rake in the cash, while the original owner takes heavy artificially imposed losses. Lowering the density of food, and charging the same or increased price. For example, here's that same shady gimmick in 2 different foods. Aerated candy bars like Hershey's Air Delight. Hershey's aeration process adds bubbles to the chocolate, creating a smooth, delightful mousse-like texture that pops on the tongue. Air is free. Stop trying to sell me air. Most supermarket brands ice creams in quotes, because it's probably not real ice cream you're buying to begin with. Just check the label and see if your favorite brand says frozen airy dessert next time. Whip a lot of air into their ice cream. The cheaper the ice cream, the more air is likely to have been whipped into it. I can't think of the specific brand that touted this as a selling point and made me remember this, but next time you're at the grocery store, pick up a quart of Breyers and a pint of Ben & Jerry's and compare the weight given their different sizes. It's obvious. Here's an honorable mention. While I'm ranting about food, palm oil is, generally speaking, a horrible product, ecologically/environmentally. However, it can be obtained from sustainable sources that aren't killing the planet's rainforests, orangutans, etc. Palm oil is a common ingredient in many peanut butters and the sourcing there is questionable, to say the least. So why is it in peanut butter to begin with? I mean, the best peanut butter I've ever had is the generic one offered by my local grocery chain, Publix Greenwise. The ingredients, peanuts and salt. That's it. Peanuts, salt. That's all you need. So why add palm oil? Because it acts as a solvent and keeps the mixture homogeneous, so it won't separate into the two different phases that produce that layer of oil on top. Yeah, the reason we are killing the rainforests, at least with respect to peanut butter, is because people are too lazy to stir their damn peanut butter. End rant. Locksmiths who advertise for a $15 visit. It's never that cheap. The last time I got locked out of my apartment, my roommate was out of town. So I called the locksmith. When he arrived, he said it would be $35 extra above the visit. I said okay. Turns out that was just to check out the door. Just to take a look. Then he said it would cost another $100 if he used tools. I assumed he meant to use them to open the door, so I said fine. Then after that, he revealed that the tools were just to prep the door and check for what kind of locks I had. The knob lock was easy, he said. Since the deadbolt was not locked, it would save me hundreds. I could either have him break the lock and install a new one, or I could have him use extra tools to open the lock. All in all, either way came out to almost $400, not counting labor. I was sweating bullets because I needed to get my wallet for a date I was about to go on, and my date was with me, waiting. I was already in the hole at least $100 with this guy. So I went for the method that wouldn't break the lock because he said he'd have to come back another time with the appropriate lock. Afterward, he draws up a receipt by hand in his truck. All of the things he mentioned were on the receipt, but with labor and tax, it came out to almost $600, which was almost my whole paycheck and meant the date would have to be pretty cheap. I knew immediately after that I was scammed. But at the time, I was just desperate to get inside. I have friends who have also been locked out and found more reputable businesses. The key is to get in writing what the entire job will cost and what you're paying for beforehand. If they can't do that, or don't have their prices clearly printed anywhere or online, then they are probably planning to casually rip you off. I now use this method for dealing with any contractor or similar. Cancelled internet service early with the company. They said there would be no early termination fee because I was moving somewhere they couldn't provide service, and it stated in the contract that there wouldn't be any early cancellation fee. I asked the person on the phone, and they said it was correct. I was enrolled in auto pay as well. Well, come 1 month later I'm charged and billed for early termination via auto pay. I call and waste my time getting that sorted out. They insist I must live somewhere where they can provide me with the internet. I give them my address, and they say they do not, and that I shouldn't have been charged. When I tell them to refund me, they are perplexed to why I would be getting refunded every faking time. The kicker is I can't remove my payment method from autopay because I can no longer access that part of my account as I'm no longer a customer. When I asked their billing department to remove my payment method, they said it wasn't an issue and that I'm not a customer, so I will never get charged. They look up my account and see the charges and can't explain them. They can't remove my payment method as the system shows I'm no longer a customer. 3 months of this bullshit, and I said fuck it and blocked payment to them from my credit card company. Months go by. I got a paper bill. I call them. They say not to worry about it. The bill gets sent to collections. I call them and tell them I'm going to have my lawyer sue them for harassment. Magically haven't had anything from them in 3 months. GM and their recalls. I own a 2007 Saturn IX and had to have multiple recalls on it. Every single time there was a recall they tried to explain how it wasn't covered and that I would have to pay for the costs. Even when I had the 10-year/100,000 mile warranty. They will also lie to you about basic recall protocols. My car had a recall for a leaking gas tank which was evident with my garage smelling like gasoline. I asked for a tow truck to pick my car up to get it serviced, and they told me they were not allowed and that I had to drive it to them. Then when they finally conceded, they tried to bill me for the tow truck on my next oil change point. In my first few years of owning it, the power steering would cut off and I would have to steer unassisted. Soon a recall was sent for this issue. When I took it in myself, because I didn't want to be hassled about the tow truck, they tried to claim at first that it wasn't covered by the recall and that it was my powertrain and transmission malfunctioning. They told me that it would cost me $6K to fix. I told him that the car had under 20k miles on it and he had the car fixed in 5 minutes. Now the worst of all is this. The ignition switch had a recall because it would malfunction and cause the car to go out of control, which ended up killing 13 people. The recall came around 2011 to 2012. I would call weekly to see if it was my turn to get it fixed. They would always tell me to wait. It took until 2016 to get this potentially fatal malfunction to get fixed. Point by the way, I bought this car when it just got out because it was my first car and I didn't research it enough. I paid $13,250 for it in cash. 3 years later, when the recalls started, they would only give me a $3,000 credit for it. I'm still driving it now and can't wait to get out of it. Edit. Spelling. US. A few years back, you may remember that getting cash back or using convenience checks always came with a high April. Well, a new law went into effect in 2009 that forces credit card companies to use the payment to pay off the portion with the highest APR first. So, how did the CC companies respond? Make the APR for all transactions the same, but calculate APR on purchases based on the average daily value for the month and calculate everything else on a daily basis. This means that you are paying a small amount for extra interest for the days between use and the beginning of your next cycle. But, more importantly, it also means that your payments are split between purchases and everything else. This means that you can't actually pay off the daily interest things until after you've completely paid off the purchases. Even then, if you call up to find out exactly how much it would be to pay off everything, there is a lag between what the computer shows the sales rep and the moment the payment comes in. So, people think they've paid it all off, but there's a few cents left that keeps collecting more interest until you notice it and call back up. I really hate this practice because it makes customers mad and only for like $20 extra profits. Happy customers will make you more money than nickel and dime them. That's why, as a rep, I'd always hint at ways we weren't allowed to say some things directly, so you end up saying, well, hypothetically, if a person were to X, then Y would happen. They could save money and headaches. I don't know why more reps don't do this. It cost the company maybe $30, but made the customer love me and the company because other companies aren't like that. Which means they will stay with the company longer and often tell others about the situation because it's so unusual. It also meant more surveys for me because people would wait on the line to let them know how awesome I was, which resulted in larger bonuses. TLDR, if you use a convenience check or need a cash advance from your credit card, pay it all off plus like $3 10 extra. It will cover the extra daily APR charges and you will have a slight credit on the account. You can use the credit to deduct from your next purchase or have it sent to you as a check. This is kind of geared toward younger, less experienced folks. If your manager/boss sits you down and tells you that they are backed into a wall or have no other choice but to let you go for something pretty unreasonable/unreasonable or anything for that matter, but they really support and care about you and feel so bad about it, so they want to give you the option to quit instead, so that you can use them as a reference and even come back as an employee sometime down the road and tell you to sign a paper saying you're giving your 2 weeks notice and they're acting like they're doing you a really big favor the whole time. Don't do it. Don't sign the paper. Not only will they not give you a good reference or hire you down the road, but the real reason they are doing this is to avoid having their unemployment insurance rate go up. In the event you decide you need unemployment to support yourself/survive in between finding another job, if they can show proof that you gave 2 weeks notice, your signature equals proof you are ineligible for unemployment. This happened to me a few months ago, and I was going through too much emotional/mental stress from completely unrelated things to understand what was happening. Luckily I already had another, better, job and Charissa can go fuck herself. I'll be getting a pay raise at my new company and making way more than her in a few weeks time. I own 2 beauty salons and had just reopened the salons following a week's closure to do some minor internal work and hired a gal to be my day manager at my upscale salon, my son and daughter-in-law and the other one by the college. On my manager's first day, a guy stops by and says he works with new businesses all around the city and that it is a requirement that the fire extinguishers be checked. So she gives him access and he takes one extinguisher from the hallway and gives her the tag off of it to keep and then takes the extinguisher out to the back alley and claims he cleared and recharged it. All he did was replace it with a similar looking one. I had his trip to his car on video and his statements to my employee on video as well. I had gotten a touch of paint on the original extinguisher when I was repainting the hallway after we bought the building before our grand reopening. Then he tells her for $25 he refilled it and it will pass inspection now. She pays him in cash from the registrar thinking she did me a favor. He left her an invoice. I got to the salon later in the day and saw how we had been ripped off. There was no need for the extinguisher to be inspected, nor was it out of date. I called the company on the invoice, who said as long as my employee allowed them access to the extinguisher everything he did was legal. I contacted my attorney, and we sent them a letter of demand for my money back, and gave them 10 days to pay up. I followed up with multiple phone calls, and turned them into the cops for theft and fraud. I ended up taking them to small claims court and won. I got our money, plus court costs, though I had lost about 20 hours of letter writing and making complaints. In court I learned that the extinguisher technician was a freelancer for the company who simply used the extinguisher company to refill extinguishers, and at that point the judge declared his employee was in the wrong and to have him stop misleading the public. I demanded my original extinguisher back, and the judge agreed it was my property. I never got it back. But, oh well, this skanky company had to stop preying on new businesses this way. Planned obsolescence. It's been a business tactic ever since the light bulb, where companies artificially shorten the lifespan of any product or device. Originally, it was to support the economy, but most companies simply do it to line their pockets. Let's take the iPhone, for example. All batteries have a limited amount of power cycles, so they leverage that by making it impossible to remove the battery. Instead of streamlining and optimizing the operating system to accommodate older hardware in phones, they create an artificial hardware overhead. Or worse yet, the development team are a bunch of hacks and the operating system is simply bloated. I've personally had several family members replace their phones because a rogue update killed it. And beyond that, Apple is absolutely the worst in regards to their app store and what apps you can and can't download to particular hardware. This sort of mentality carries over to their desktops. Also, coating your hardware as hydrophobic material has been a thing for a while for electronic devices to make them water resistant or even waterproof. It took how long for Apple to finally do it for their phones? And it doesn't help that they added sensors to detect water damage, refusing to fix or replace your phone if the sensors are even remotely tripped. Frankly, there's no cure for the car sales tactics besides knowing what stuff is worth and being numerate, including compound interest. Point first of all, half the tricks are just to make you comfortable, and there's nothing wrong with that unless you're morally opposed to embellished wholesale lid stories not about cars, mimicking your attitudes and postures, jokes, coffee, treating you like a friend. Point the real chicanery is in presenting a payment in isolation, or selling a car they know you can't afford, that you don't know you can't afford. Telltale used car sales scam. They send out direct mailers around once a quarter that tell you you're a winner. Maybe it's a code you have to match at the dealer, or a key, but more likely a scratch off. Let me point out that scratch offs tend to be bought by poor people who mail bad decisions. It says if you match 3 symbols in a row you win, and 3 cars lined up. You didn't win the car, buddy, you won $2 gold. During these sales the entire place is crowded. They probably dialed up the balloons and streamers. These alone aren't a sign. And there are out of town traveling used car salesmen with no friends except booze, drugs, and host trying to sell cars by any means possible, as in the documentary Used Cars. I've seen gross agents over $8,000. Some poor old lady came in and found a payment she could afford, and they pushed it some ungodly number of months on a car that wasn't worth it. To avoid a scam, ask a friend to refer you to where they bought a car. Look for reviews who say they were a referral or repeat customer. You know who doesn't rip you off. They're guys who've been there for nearly a decade. He's got a reputation to maintain, and he has figured out how to sell enough cars to be comfortable without absolutely shafting each individual. I'd recommend some of these guys to my naive old mom, and they sell used cars. When I worked there managing internet leads, we had a customer who turned down a car the used car sales manager, who had come out of retirement because he was bored, being home alone waiting for his wife and kids to get home, was going to sell to her at a loss. Because he respects teachers and feels they get a bad shake. I bet she felt swindled and sweet talked, and frankly she got the right idea about the guy. He lied constantly, but it was about storytelling and common ground instead of cars and money. I felt really bad about that one, because this lady was in a bad spot, and she couldn't see what she had there. We were below her stated monthly payment with her bad credit and a reasonable term, because we really do specialize in special finance. If you have 4 bankruptcies, it's the sheet John Oliver warned you about, but we're talking Capital One or something. Some single digit percentage. Despite some serious credit troubles, new cars are mostly safe. It's still a bad investment, but you won't get too screwed because of all the watchdogs and how the internet changed the car business. Never get brand name Tylenol when you can pay half the price for acetaminophen. Always go generic medication, even with RXs. For you recovering heroin addicts, buprenorphine plus naloxone dissolvable pills are way cheaper than the Suboxone films. Cymbalta, duloxetine, Luvox, fluvoxamine, Zoloft, sertraline. If a doc orders a drug, they'll usually order a brand name because it's easier to remember. Always look it up and find the generic name and ask your pharmacist to substitute if they can. It's quite literally the difference between paying hundreds of dollars and paying $5. The way it works is a drug company will copyright a drug so for the first 5 years or so it will be the only form you can get, so they can literally charge whatever they want. When the right drops, other companies will pick it up and start making generic to get some milk off the teeth, and eventually everyone will be making it, so the cheapest companies to make it will be the most popular. 15 years ago, if you had kidney stones, docs would write for Flomax, and it would be $50 for 5 pills. Now, it's Tamsulosin and you can literally get a bottle of 50 for $5. If you ever look closely at your scripts, there's a little checkbox or sign line that says substitutions allowed or something. That means they'll write for the brand name, because that's all the doctor knows, but he'll allow the pharmacist to alter the script for the generic, because it's the same drug and the pharmacy won't buy the insane cost of brand name anymore. I mean, why stock Zoloft in a bottle of 100 for $250 when you can stock sertraline in a bottle of 1000 for $40? Eventually the brand name dummy corp will sell out to Pfizer or whomever, since they've already made their millions on just the name of the drug and can't copyright it again. This is why drug production companies are evil. They charge insane prices because that's the only place you can get that drug for 5 to 7 years when the production cost is literally under a penny per pill. Suboxone is a prime example. They come in these little dissolvable films which the company has copywritten. Buprenorphine/naloxone is the same thing in pill form. Now the average heroin addict only knows that Suboxone comes in a film. So when they are given the option to be given pills, they think it's something completely different and won't want it when it's literally the same drug in the same amount, only compounded in a different form, not even a different delivery method. The pills are still dissolvable under your tongue, so they end up paying 10-20x the amount just because Suboxone is a film. Welcome to capitalism, everyone. I hope you enjoy your stay. This is the prime example of consumer beware. Point source: I work in a compounding pharmacy. Debt collection is full of this sheet. I guess this post is more of a what to do if, since there's so much sheet they pull. Point first, don't ever take ownership of the debt until you've confirmed it's actually yours. This means don't say anything that could possibly be construed as admitting it's legit, and absolutely do not agree to pay even 1 cent as that's taken as admission it's yours. Second, realize that when a debt goes to collections, paying it off won't take it off your credit report. That's because you aren't in debt to the original debtor anymore. You're in debt to the collections agency that bought the debt from the original debtor. So don't feel pressured to pay it off. It's not really going to improve your situation other than getting that collector off your ass. That said, there are exceptions. Third, sometimes debt collectors don't even have the right to the debt they claim you owe. This can happen for various reasons. Medical debts are commonly screwed up in this way because doctors and hospitals are idiots when it comes to billing. Another one is when they claim you're responsible for a dead family member's debts. You're not, although their estate can be. If this happens, you can find form letters online for disputing a collector's claim to a debt. Fill it out, mail it into them, send it with signed delivery confirmation, take pictures of what you sent, save a copy of the letter, that way they can't claim they never saw it, which is important, because you only have 30 days from first contact to dispute a debt before it's legally yours. Fourth, if it is your debt, it may not be too late to pay the original debtor, especially if the original debtor is the one who faked up. Great example is a hospital never telling you about an account until they sent it to collections. If you go that route, make sure the original debtor agrees to rescind the collections. Otherwise you're paying for nothing. Finally, if it's a very large debt, consider not paying. Debts expire after a certain amount of time. Your payment only goes to the agency, not the original debtor. Paying won't repair your credit, and collectors are scum. And as a side note, do try dealing with the original debtor before a debt goes to collections if you can. Remember when I said collectors buy debts for pennies? That's true. When debts go to collections, the original debtor is basically giving up on ever getting their money back. They sell the debt for what they can, next to nothing, and then write it off as an expense. As a result, you get a lot of leverage to negotiate down a debt. This works better with some debtors other than others. Your credit card company probably isn't going to have any of your bullshit, but your child's hospital will be more open to a deal. I've negotiated down a $6,000 medical bill to $150 before, precisely because they know getting something is better than nothing. If it's a small medical debt, I think the threshold is $100 or $500, then paying it off will take it off your record. Also, because debt collectors are scum, you can sometimes arrange a not entirely ethical deal where they agree to tell credit bureaus the debt record is a mistake if you pay in full or at least a large amount of it. That's because they bought your debt for pennies and aren't actually expecting to get the full amount. So when you dangle that carrot in front of them, the smaller, scummier agencies will happily commit fraud for some extra easy money. Over-indicting to get a plea bargain. You burgled a home and found the owner inside? Your burglary just became an armed robbery. But wait, there's more. You told them don't move, and then told them sit on the couch, and then you waved your crowbar at them before running away. That's 3 counts of kidnapping, plus another of assault for waving the crowbar. Your 10-year sentence just became 45 years. Better take this deal for 15 false witnesses. This happens a lot in drug cases. You got caught with 15G. I can have 15 junkies you don't know testify that you were conspiring for 15 kilograms in exchange for reduced sentences. And this is a real world example. It happened to a friend of Sean Hopwood. He tells the story in his interview with the Cato Institute. Eyewitness identification is the least reliable form of identification. People who don't resemble the suspect's description have been sentenced to prison based on the eyewitness identification of someone who later admits that they were pressured to pick someone, or the guy they picked was the only one of his race in the lineup, or a dozen other things. Arson investigations are about as reliable as fortune telling and astrology. Texas recently executed a man whose house burned down and killed his family, even though the investigation had more holes than a calendar. He was proven innocent days later. Our entire justice system is faked. If you don't have money for bail, your life is over. You can wait months in jail just waiting for a hearing, only to get your case dismissed. By then, you've already lost your job, home, car, and family. I'm a parts guy. I take a lot of phone calls a day and I take on a lot of responsibility at the age of 21 in a family business selling mobility parts. One time I got this phone call on my cell phone, work phone, and it was a very nice gentleman that sounded familiar to another parts vendor that I know of. He stated, "Hey Calvin, you sure are hard to get a hold of. We really appreciate the order you put in recently." I assumed it was one of my vendors. "We wanna just give you a token of our gratitude and send you a gift card." I get gifts all the time from vendors, like pocket knives and gift cards. "Are you still at XXXXX address?" I'm saying yes, of course we are, which is where I went wrong. "The only thing we need from you is your name for the PO." Gave him my name. "Alright Calvin, we just want you to be aware your gift card will be showing up this week." Week goes by and a faking box of 50 fluorescent light bulbs show up with my name on the PO with an invoice of $570. This company name on the invoice was not familiar to our business and I will have to do some digging to remember the name of this company. I will have to edit in later. I remember looking up this company and it had a 1-star review under Google reviews with all situations related to mine, and it's perfectly legal, and they make millions per year scamming people. They call businesses that they know they can take advantage of and scam their employees. As soon as I said yes over the phone, they had full reins on what they can send me. Point commercial lighting company. You can bring a perfectly good car to a mechanic and they will find something to repair because the mechanic will discover causes the damage during routine inspection of the car. It's also why this inspection is done when you're not around or when you ask to be present. Why they say stuff like, "I can't let you come into my shop. My insurance doesn't cover that." And promptly close the door because fuck you. Favorite targets are things like the CV joint boots. During routine inspection they probe the rubber with a screwdriver to see if it is brittle. Now truly brittle rubber will crumble when touched and have chunks falling out. That's almost never what you see if you actually look. Instead you see a clean tear from where he poked the screwdriver in and then tore the boot open. The part is cheap, the labor is not. Front drive cars usually have a longer boot on one side. That is the popular one because it is easier to get to damage and repair. It's difficult to prove they deliberately caused damage because they will argue they were just doing a very thorough inspection and it's about safety after all, right? Better poke really hard than not hard enough, right? Sadly this problem, deliberately damaging cars to bill repairs, is almost universal, present in all countries. If you have a good buddy as a mechanic, or can do most things yourself, then you are truly lucky and your car will live a lot longer. I probably shouldn't be saying this on one of my main accounts, but whatever. I'm so disgusted with what I was asked and what I did while working there. IDC, if you find out who they are. I worked at a top 10 accounting firm in the audit department. So since SOX, public companies now require an audit opinion on their financials every year. Hooray, job security and oversight. Nope. As an auditor it was supposedly our job to catch fraud and ensure financial statements are as accurate as possible. Well, theoretically sure. But if we gave a bad audit opinion, a company could just shop around for a firm that will give a better opinion. We were incentivized to give good and often false opinions, so we didn't lose clients. While working there I would find misstated stock purchases, unexplained deposits and withdrawals, and just general misstatements. When I brought them up to my supervisor they'd tell me just to lick other stocks or costs or whatever that did make sense and ignore the ones that didn't. So basically we curtailed our audits to fit the company in a way that would give a good opinion. Yeah, I know, like exactly what we weren't supposed to do. We were incentivized to flat out lie about billable hours so that we could charge more to the clients. It was sickening. They would give me 40 hours of confirms, which was literally enveloping requests for banks and sheet. I billed at $250 an hour, and then when I would occasionally see the invoice to the client it would list me as doing other stuff and nothing about confirms, because any sane person who saw we had someone my level doing that and billing at my normal rate for a job that an intern at $15 an hour could do would be instant contract cancelling as one of the last lines of oversight. For financial oversight, we did absolutely nothing to stop fraud. It was so disheartening and downright disgusting. So glad I left. Let's take a crack at the scammy business directory companies. Some of these companies will send out text messages to every small business in the area. Usually as soon as they've been registered in some public government database or register, the text will be something like, please reply with OK to confirm the information, your business information. They will then use that OK as a signature for their yearly subscription service, which usually costs around $1,000. When you call them, they say something like, we have your order confirmation, and will threaten with collection agencies if you don't pay too. Next, they will call you up and act like you've talked with them before. They usually hope for junior workers, interns, etc. to pick up the phone, outright lie about previous conversations. Something like, hi, this is Mike from company name, it's manager there? Oh, he/she's not. Well, could you help us out a second? Yesterday we spoke with manager and we just need to confirm some information. This will only take a moment. They will then use parts of the recorded phone call as an order confirmation. 3. They also like to send out offers disguised as invoices/bills. If you look at the invoice, it clearly says something like, this is a limited promotional offer for services of blah blah blah. Use the following billing information for activation of subscription service. That one is made to deceive your billing/accounting people, who probably assumed that this was occed by you beforehand. So, if you operate a business, make sure to educate your personnel on these tricks. Some places are illegal, other places completely legal. They earn money by being very aggressive and scaring people with collection agencies. Sometimes these collection agencies work alongside the scammers. Never say yes to strangers over the phone. Never reply to messages with yes/OK. Always ask your superiors if you're not sure. This is a multi-million industry, all funded by people that cave in and scratch it off as a $1K lesson learned. The product itself is worth nothing. It's basically just a website template with a list of companies, and that's it. As a web developer, there is a lot I deal with. Usually clients come to me after having these issues, and I always feel bad for them. Some companies buy domain names for their clients, and in the fine print, the client does not own the domain. When the client tries to leave, they offer the domain name to them for an absurd price, leaving the client with the option to pay the ransom or stay with the provider. Domain name registrars scamming customers with paid MLs upgrades that people don't need. Almost all hosting accounts come with unlimited ML addresses, but services like GoDaddy charge per ML address and trick customers into purchasing upgrades that do nothing. I actually had a GoDaddy rep call a client telling the client if they did not purchase their $100 SSL certificate, their website would go down. Not sure if this happens elsewhere, but in Canada/for me at least, a bunch of my clients, I get mail sent to me when a domain name is expiring soon telling me the renewal must be done as soon as possible to keep it, and the cost will be $100 to renew. This is always done by some sketchy domain registrar who just spams out mail to people who hold domains that expire in a couple months. People who don't know better think it is from their domain registrar and pay the huge renewal and then get stuck with the new registrar charging outrageous amounts for hosting. I had a client who had 100 to 200 visits to their website a month, paying just over $200 for a hosting plan, saying when they spoke to the hosting rep they were told they needed that plan. In reality, they needed a plan that should cost $10 a month at most. TLDR, when you have your website developed, use a service like Nama Cheap for your domain. They are cheap. Don't upsell or call you with BS like GoDaddy and have it under your account. Always have your own hosting plan. There are a ton of good cheap ones out there. Do your research and find one that fits your needs. As a small business, you should not need to pay more than $10 a month for your hosting. Read the contract you have with the person who develops your website. Make sure it states that once the website is paid for, you own the domain, the content, all assets, images, videos etc. 99% of upsells on domain registrars are useless. As a landlord, I'm appalled by how other landlords stiff their tenants on returning deposits, either not returning in a timely manner, or at all, or taking out unnecessary or fictitious cleaning fees or damages. Normal wear and tear is not damage, and tenants shouldn't be charged for normal use or things like holes left from putting up picture/posters, etc. Nor should tenants be charged for fixture or appliance breakdowns that they did not cause. Most states have laws outlining the landlord's obligations with respect to returning deposits. In our state, if a landlord takes over 30 days to return a deposit and accounting, they forfeit any damages and owe the tenant double the deposit. My daughter took her landlord to small claims court and won a double deposit back. Many states have their landlord-tenant laws readily available online. Withholding some or all of a deposit for cleaning fees is another rip-off. The landlord will claim they spent X hours cleaning after you moved out, but there is no way you can prove they spent those hours. Tenants should take pictures of their place, particularly kitchens and bathrooms, to prove they left it clean. And always do a walkthrough with the landlord or property manager when you first move in, and document any previous irregularities so you are not later charged for them. Know what testing is normal in annual doctor's offices and what isn't. There's some horrible offices out there, unfortunately, preying on people that don't know better. When I was young and don't know better and was paying out of pocket, my office made me come in every 6 months for a pap and pelvic, and I was required to get a full STD workup, which just happened to add tremendously to the cost, $50 per line item. With 4 different items tested for. I was 20, married, with one sexual partner, not exactly a high STD risk. They basically held my birth control hostage, so I'd have to do all this. These appointments cost me hundreds of dollars, which was a huge deal financially for me at the time. They refused to give me any refills without these visits. When a friend finally found out and told me this was outrageous and I should decline the STD testing, which they had presented as mandatory, as if it was a government regulation or something, I was mortified and angry. I told them I was declining STD testing, and I swear to you, the tech's lip curled in disgust. Okay, well, if you're sure that's what you want. After that, I finally switched doctors. In the interim, while I was switching doctors, Planned Parenthood cost me $50 for a visit and gave me a year's supply of BC pills to hold me over after a thorough but brief oral exam by a qualified doctor to determine any risks of cervical cancer or STDs. If you go to Jiffy Lube or some other place, bring your own oil filter/air filter/battery. Go buy them from AutoZone/O'Reilly/ECT. That's all Jiffy Lube or any other oil change place does. They have it sent over from the local parts store and jack up the price on it. They do have their own brand of oil filter/air filter/batteries, but you really don't want them. They are poor quality compared to what you can get for a better deal at the parts store. Also, when going to get it checked/changed, talk to a few of the techs, not the manager. Gauge how well they speak. If they seem to stutter or run around on things, most likely they don't know what the fuck they are doing. In the amount of time I worked there, 2 years, we had so many people come in for interviews and not know where turn signals are. It's in the same spot for every car damn near. They specifically want to hire people that don't know anything about cars so they can train them. Half the shit I heard people say to upsell made no sense. If you understood cars, for the most part I ignored it, but once they started in and the old ladies, I had to pull them to the side and tell them to fuck off. She doesn't need her gearboxes drained and refilled or headlights buffed for $45. Last thing, always make sure you are getting a drain and fill. Always ask if it's drain and fill or if they use a flush. Never get a faking flush. Yeah, it's putting new fluids in, but you're getting your old fluids mixed in also. This includes radiators/gearboxes/transmissions. Every vehicle can be drained and filled. Some gearboxes don't have a drain plug, but can be pumped out and refilled. Never get a flush. Also, if they recommend a drain and fill, ask them yo, drain out a bit of the fluid and show you. Even if you don't know anything, Google is your friend. Antifreeze will be cloudy instead of bright and colorful. Trans fluid will be almost black, unless in the light, if it needs changed, and gearboxes are usually black also, when they need changed, but even then go off your car's manual for timing on changing them. If you see silver in your gearbox fluid, get that sheet changed, now you're grinding metal. Literally dirty. I worked at a Starbucks. For some stupid reason, instead of having a menu with pictures of them, we have to cook every type of sandwich we sell and then put them on display. This food stays inside the pastry case for 4 days, literally just sitting there rotting. You can't tell from the customer puff unless you look closely, but there is often mold on them by the 4th day. One time I got something extra special. I was clearing out the case of old sandwiches. When I picked up the seared steak wrap, a chunk of meat fell out. It was moments later that I noticed the meat was moving. Yes, the inside of the wrap was infested with maggots. It was late summer there, and we got a ton of flies. We did our best to keep the case closed, but flies still found their way in, and I guess they laid eggs. I screamed really loud and ran away to find a co-worker. Thank God there were no customers. It was absolutely horrifying. The worst part? The moldy sandwiches sit in the same case as the pastries. Yes, as in cake pops, muffins, lemon breads, brownies, all that stuff we serve right from the case. The maggots were inches away. I told my coworkers and no one seemed to care. I'm posting this here in hopes that Starbucks sees this and puts an end to their moldy sandwich case and just prints pictures of what the sandwiches look like instead. Before eating at Starbucks, look closely in that case. Get every detail of your job offer in writing and a copy of everything they expect you to sign. I got hired with a cut in vacation and not a great salary, but with a promise of a review after 6 months and a week's more vacation after a year. Neither happened. Boss denied he ever said that, and he even tried to claim we were a zero profit company when I asked for our annual raise. If that claim wasn't absurd enough, my manager would print out confidential contracts and leave them on the printer for a day, so I knew exactly how much he was charging for my labor and that there was an annual increase in that amount. When I questioned his claim that we were zero profit, I made up a hypothetical situation and used those exact numbers. He got pissed and said it sounded like I was getting into other people's business. And then he gave me a raise. The only other employee who ever got raises quit every time, then was immediately hired back for more. That boss also tried to make everyone sign a paper stating we would never work for another company in our field for 10 years, and if we did we owed him $100,000. General Dynamics hired me on, then after I quit my old job and started the new one. They forced me to sign papers on the spot that said I gave up my right to due process under the law and submitted to their binding arbitration. They also made me sign saying that I was given time to hire a lawyer to explain what this meant, and I was agreeing willingly or they would fire me. It was an electronic form, so my signature was I have not had time to have a lawyer explain this to me, and I'm being forced to sign it and nobody ever called me on it. TLDR, get everything in writing. The best capitalists and most successful owners / CSR sociopaths, so trust absolutely nothing. If you're buying software for your business, generally salespeople at the software company will say anything to get you to buy it. As a general rule, always do a full demo of the software and have them demonstrate the key features you're looking for. If they tell you they don't know how, then get something from them, email or otherwise, confirming the feature is available. If you need your software implemented or up and running by a certain date and sales tells you yes, get it in writing first. When running through technical specifications, such as hardware or auth requirements, pay attention and make sure you have all the details you need. If you're getting cloud-based software, get the network requirements, bandwidth usage, speeds, static IP info etc. ahead of time to make sure you aren't surprised with costs outside of your software purchase. Many companies will promise you what you want to hear, but not confirm their misinformation in writing anywhere. So once you sign the contract it turns into he said, she said, and generally, unless you can prove you were lied to, you'll still be held to whatever you committed to in your contract. Contracts are legally binding. Nobody cares if you change your mind once you've signed. I have worked as an implementation manager at several companies now, and there are way too many people who have no idea what they purchase, still sign the contract, and can't get out of it. It sucks, and unless you're dealing with a startup, you will be sole. Private car parking companies in the UK mimic council parking charges as closely as possible to make you think you owe them money. In UK law, a fine from a private company is not legally enforceable. You can say that you fined someone and withhold services from them etc., but you can't go to court to get the money. So private car parking companies instead get you to agree to a contract that offers parking for extortionate rates if you don't follow their rules. The contracts are written in small print and are often self-annihilating. For instance, a sign telling you that you can't park if you don't have a permit, but it costs £100 to park, simultaneously telling you they don't offer parking, and they will take money to offer you parking, and make no sense in small claims court point. However, in order to not make it as simple as ignore these scammers, they will get debt collectors after you, threaten you, and act in the closest way possible to the council to make you think they have a legal right to your money. They will even take you to court hoping that you can't defend yourself properly, or that you won't show up, so they can get a CCJ against you. They've been helped by a lord recently agreeing in the Supreme Court that £100 is a reasonable fee for overstaying literally 1 second in a free car park point, but they still don't legally deserve any of your money if you didn't agree to that contract, as in you agreed you'd pay circa £100 to park in that spot. Using prepaid debit cards as refunds when normally a check or money order is used. This whole business practice is based on the idea that it's a hassle to actually account for / appropriately use all the funds on the card, so people end up forgetting about it or only using part of the money. Some have inactivity fees and percentage chunks they take if you try to transfer the money out. I got a refund from the power company for $8.41 this month. If it were a check, I'd deposit it and be on my way. But it's a prepaid debit card, so getting the money into my bank account consisted of go to a website and sign up for an account, choose username, password, enter address information, realize the card has to be activated first, call the phone number to activate it, confirm email address from clicking link, log into their website again, enter bank account details. To do a NACH transfer, wait 3 to 4 business days for $8.41. How many people are more likely to forget how much is on it? Remember, it's not that much. Maybe spend some of it and just throw it away or forget about it. That money goes to someone else. That's why they do it. My last job was at a private university and we started doing this with tuition refunds. Thousands of dollars in prepaid debit cards going out to students and parents who weren't expecting them. We had to set up a block page in our online intranet portal to rush students through during enrollment that legally allowed us to do this in place of a check. The year before, the same company we were working with was sued over kickbacks between them and the college on the inactivity fees and money not being spent. Not everyone has a bank account and I get that, but we were pressured to not just have it be an option, but the default. Otherwise we wouldn't get enough participants to get in whatever pricing tier they wanted. To me it felt like a slap across the face to our students. I'm 20 and when I was trying to move into an apartment for this summer in Michigan, I found the apartment complex that I wanted to live in. I called them about their availability and was told that there probably would be room. I then visited on my own over my winter break, which was 8 hours out of the way, and was told the same thing, that there would be availability as long as I called at the beginning of April. I called in late March and was basically told that there was no room and that I wouldn't be able to move in. This was after being told twice before. I'm only staying 2.5 months and they told me that I would not be able to move into the apartment until mid-July now-ish. Well, my job started on June 6th, which meant I would have been there for a month. But because they had to clean and prepare the room, I would have to move in 15 days after the lease had started on July 1st. Anyway, this really ticked me off. So my mom called and she asked about it all and was told that I'd be able to get in without a problem as long as I contacted them about the contract. I sent them an email about the contract and one was delivered that wanted me to pay a month of rent so that I wouldn't be allowed to live there. So when I complained, they basically told me to shove it. But when my mother called, they said they would renegotiate everything. I then worked out a new contract. A little personal information. I have a credit score of 730 and they require a score of 650 to hold the lease on your own without a cosigner. So with this plus the required income, I qualified on my own. But they wouldn't negotiate with me. They only wanted to negotiate with the parent. Aka, they care about daddy's money more than a kid's money. This feels like age discrimination. Not in the end, but in a very backhanded way. Now that I'm living here, they have repeatedly tried to fine me for things that I haven't done, like smoking in my room. I don't smoke. Never have, never will. I'm a singer, so it's kind of a dumb thing for me to do. but the person before me smoked in the room all the time and it wrecked. I hate it and made a complaint. Well, then they tried to slap me with a $200 fine for smoking in the room when I was the one to make the complaint. For this reason I probably won't get my security deposit back either. Management companies are a freaking racket. When hospitals have charitable foundations, they will pick whatever hospital or ward is the most popular with people at the time, children, cancer, heart hospital, etc., and ask for donations, do drives, events, and whatever, but that money doesn't go straight to that portion of the hospital, at least not in the way you think. Instead, it goes to offset the budget for that particular part of the hospital, so that the money that was already in the budget for that part of the hospital can go somewhere else. For example, say there was a charity softball tournament on behalf of the local children's hospital and all of the money donated by the teams and sponsors goes to the children's hospital. Now say the children's hospital's budget for the year is $500,000. The softball tournament does amazingly well and raises $200,000 for the kids. Well, the hospital only needs $500,000 to keep the children's hospital running. So instead of taking that extra $200,000 and using it to buy new equipment or spring for a luxury item to improve the patients' lives, they cut the children's hospital budget down to $300,000, then add the $200,000 raised to that to bring it back up to $500,000, and then use that leftover totally not charitably raised $200,000 to do whatever the hell they want with it, like maybe lobby against that competing hospital who wanted to build nearby to help alleviate the massive need. Or maybe to build that controversial methadone clinic next to the elementary school, or to help fund their hostile takeover of that little rural hospital that was making enough to stay open, but not enough to turn big profits. You know, the unpopular stuff that people would think twice about donating money towards now. I'm not against charitable contributions, and I know hospitals need money and there are good charities out there, but I would donate money to a charity not associated with any specific company before I would ever put my money towards a company foundation ever again. Police agencies in extremely high crime rate areas such as Texas will only report the worst offense to the national statistics in order to make crime look not as bad as it is. Threatening, assault, rape will all be washed for the worst crime on the docket. This way they massage the facts of crime in such high-risk states to make things look better, softer. There is a lot of gun violence, rape, and burglary/theft charges that get swept under the rug. They also often will not report cases in current investigation, meaning cold and unsolved cases don't contribute to that state's crime rate point until time for budgetary concerns and re-evaluations of police forces come up. Near this time they will begin reporting cold, unresolved, and currently under investigation. They'll also begin splitting up cases in order to report multiple offenses and artificially, or rather, closer to the truth, report crime hikes in order to avoid budget cuts. This is also why you see some European countries, and even Canada, having high crime rates in certain types of crimes. It's not necessarily that they are higher, it's that they are more transparent. Sweden has this huge thing about rate being extremely high. When taking into account the USA's dark figure of crime, it actually has severely lower rape statistics and physical assaults. Just high pressure sales tactics in general. They are so good at worming their way in and being high energy and convincing you want something so bad that you never really wanted or need point, and they are so difficult to spot if you don't already know what to look for. The easiest way I can think of to help spot it for someone who's oblivious is if they ever begin proceedings or move towards creating a purchase on any item you've said no to or have told them you want to consider for later, bail immediately. Here's an example point. You go to the cell phone store. They tell you how great their cases are. They're not. You can get equal or higher quality for much less off Amazon. You tell them you're going to wait to buy a case until later. Then when they bring you the paperwork, they bring you a bunch of cases just to have a look. Bail immediately. This is a salesperson doing his best to sell you something you don't want. You absolutely cannot trust him, no matter how savvy you are. A salesperson who doesn't accept your no is one you should not talk to, even if you have to turn around mid-sentence and walk out of the store. I know they are just doing their job, but that doesn't mean you have to spend money you shouldn't just to bump their numbers. The kind of salesperson you want to be talking to is, at worst, one who hates their job and doesn't give a shit. They will give you exactly what you ask and stop. Or best case scenario, one who wants to give you what you actually need and can help you figure it out. Both of those salespeople, when you say no to something, they will drop it. I worked briefly at a social media marketing company, and besides all the normal horror stories you hear, buying front page posts, surreptitiously taking over Facebook pages, etc., the one thing that caught me off guard was just how much damn plagiarism there was. Maybe I shouldn't have been surprised, but my supervisor was showing me a program he wrote that would take any text and automatically replace words with synonyms until it was sufficiently distinct enough to not get flagged by Google's algorithms. He was positively giddy when showing it to me. We managed dozens and dozens of personal and corporate social media accounts, and I can say with some assurance that none of them had any idea what we were doing with their profiles. We charge them $1,000 upfront for a one-time social media repair kit, use half that money to hire South Asian click farmers, and then say, look, your new profile is doing incredible. Why don't you sign up with us for $400 a month so we can keep your personal brand growing? So in the end we were stealing content and putting it on all their public accounts, but it's okay because nobody is actually looking at any of it, and at the end of the day everyone but the client gets paid. Hated that job. I hated it. It was in 2012, right around the US election, when my boss asked me who I was planning to vote for, and not so subtly implied that if I didn't vote for Omni he'd have to fire me. I made the first move and got out as quickly as I could. Car rentals. Holy shit, these guys have quite the gall. I've had this pulled on me in Dublin and Mexico City. So this happened specifically with Hertz and Ace car rentals. The scam is simple. They advertise dirt cheap prices online, which is an initiative for you to reserve with them. When you get to the counter the rate remains the same, like dollars per day, but when you advise them that your credit card will be covering the insurance, they try to pull a fast one on you, preying on language barriers and traveler exhaustion. They will proceed to tell you that, since you will not be using their insurance, they must take a huge deposit on your credit card, effectively blocking the funds there. This is where most people will actually take the bait and pay the outrageous prices that they charge for their insurance. The most insidious part of this story is yet to come, and that is when you have, say, an American Express Gold, which is a charge card with no real set limit, or your limit is well above the amount they are trying to block. They will proceed to fake slide the card through the reader. Then they'll calmly tell you that they were unable to take the deposit and to perhaps call the card issuer to settle this. If you've been traveling forever and don't have the means to make that phone call, then at this point you would probably buy their overpriced insurance. The trick is to stick to your guns and play the game until the end. Watch them run the card. If they say it doesn't work, ask to watch as they do it. That's how I managed to get a 70 peso rental in Mexico City. I understand these guys want to make dough, but this scam is deplorable, and being lied to right in my face makes me wanna punch a hole through the wall. Toll roads. I have family who live in Dallas, right at the intersection of two large toll roads. Driving to or from their house without using the toll roads adds half an hour to your drive. The roads don't have toll booths anymore, and instead just take a picture of your car, look up your license plate and registration, and then mail you a bill. Except that they never do it right away. You don't get anything for 6 months. Then you get a third, final notice that lists $1 for the toll and $50 in late fees. I've used those roads several times, and I have never once received a first or second notice. When you call to complain, they tell you that all you can do over the phone is pay them, and if you want to protest then you have to write a letter. Then they never respond to the letters and just send you more bills with more late fees, before soon turning your account over to a collections agency. Of course the collections agency is in-house and adds another $20 in fees every time they mail you a bill, and also won't talk to you over the phone, and also loses all your letters. So eventually I spent about $3 and sent them a certified letter with proof of delivery that contained dated scans of all previous bills and letters, along with a check for the original $1 toll. I still didn't get a response, but I never got another bill and they cashed the $1 check. I'll never use a Texas toll road again. If you go into a cell phone store and they tell you something, like I can get you this deal if you do X, it's possible that they are withholding the deal and trying to force extra sheet on you. And if you don't accept the extra sheet they won't give you the deal you should have gotten anyway, so they don't get caught in a lie. Here's the worst example I've seen. Sir, I can get you this discount of your new phone if you change your phone number. The number change is the big one because rep's most important quota is activations and they just add a line and drop your old one. If you decline then the rep doesn't give you the discount, but you are entitled to. How to avoid it, you ask? Before going into a brick and mortar store, do 3 things. 1. Make sure it's a corporate store. 2. Go to the website and check all the deals. 3. Call customer service and tell them to research all the discounts and offers you have available. If you see something you like, tell the customer service rep to note that into my account. So, even if the rep lies you can say look in my account notes. And if they lie it's not there. Tell them to note it, then call service back and tell them what happened. This is scary common, folks, keep your eyes peeled. Also happens a lot, as if you get $100 in accessories I'll give you a $10 a month phone discount that you would have already gotten. Internet service providers lie to their customers about the cost of moving data from point A to point B. The analogy made by a telecom CEO recently, can't remember the name, was that it's like a box of cookies. If you want more cookies, you don't get them for free, you pay more. This is not true. To a large extent, the cost of data transport has gone down. It is defrayed by B2B partnerships, contracts, obligations, and the technology itself has become much more efficient. If your average ISP wished, they could provide each user up to 100% of their rated port speeds, the speeds the equipment is physically capable of handling, 24/7 without impacting their business model negatively. However, this isn't good enough for modern ISPs, which now rival oil companies in revenues, and now that the internet penetrates most households, they want to capitalize. Ask yourself, how were ISPs previously able to provide unlimited data packages to users, with only minor added fees for data hogs who went over some lofty limit? How did this not bankrupt them back when tech was less efficient? They had less B2B deals, etc. If what they say today is true, you are being lied to by modern telecom providers, who now want to destroy net neutrality itself and turn your internet experience into monetization opportunities for themselves and their partners. They want to continue using up to 75% of your guaranteed paid bandwidth to deliver you ads and ad-related content. Meanwhile, you pay for this. You pay for them to deliver ads to you over the network you lease 25+ year net/sysadmin here. And if you want to know more, PM. The assumed close point. I used to work for a cable company that was bought by TWC. My job went from being neighborhood-based customer service to being door-to-door sales. We only visited existing customers so that we weren't soliciting. Then we would legitimately test signal strength in people's homes, and then our job was to use the information we found, no matter what the results were. And then what we were taught to do by the company trainer was a tactic called the assumed close. We would explain to people our services and additional features people could have, like phone service, internet, cable boxes, etc. And then, after talking to a customer about it for a while, say something such as, wouldn't that be nice to have? Or that sounds like something you want, doesn't it? All while filling out a large confused looking order form for the thing that we were talking about, whatever it may be. Then we have people sign it as we would tell them that doing so would take care of any problems with service that they may have been having, real or otherwise. And more often than not, people would sign it, never realizing they just signed up for a lot of money worth of extra service that more often than not they didn't want or need. I spent about 6 months struggling with the position. I really hated it, and eventually I just stopped working and quit. It just didn't feel right. Always be on the lookout for the assumed close. There are many dirty tricks that I have seen. Can think of few now. Printers who are cheaper When you print say 5,000 flyers, they will give you the cheapest quote, because at most times you will not count the no of pieces. Normally they will give you 500 to 800 PCS less to recover the cost, making it more expensive. Similarly, even supplying t-shirts and other materials, the quality shown is not supplied. Most likely only the ones placed on top will be that quality. Cheaper construction costs. Some of the construction companies buy materials from backdoor from staff who steal. In Kenya where I live, I have been told of company guards who earn the lowest salaries having houses and are wealthy from cartels who steal from companies. Architects who quote less. I don't know about other countries, but in Kenya, the architect will give a % fee that includes fees of all the professionals who will work on the project. It's normally at 7%, but now others are giving it less than half that because they tell the contractor to give them up to 10% from the construction amount. This ends up with overall cost being higher and construction work being substandard and accepted by the professionals. It has also led to loss of lives by buildings collapsing. I can't remember others saw this when going to sleep. A lot of times when it's cheap, someone is taking advantage of you. Various municipalities in Texas are notorious for red light cameras. You receive a link to the video in the mail of your car running the light or not fully stopping. In my case, the car that ran the light was in my name. I wasn't driving it, but I was requested to either pay a fine or set up a court date. I opted for the court date. I went to court at the municipality and argued my case before the judge. Texas law states that there must be a sign warning drivers about the red light camera at least 100 foot before the intersection that is visible to all cars entering the intersection. At this particular intersection, that combination is impossible because there are several entries, side roads and driveways whereby a car can enter the intersection and never see the sign. The red light court is set up in a conference room in the same area where they hold traffic court. The judge that hears the cases sits down at a table with you to review the footage from your violation. Then, the judge hands you payment information. Because the walls of the room were glass, I could see the 2 or 3 cases before mine. Sitting down with the judge and all of them took the payment envelope after viewing their footage. When I went into the room, the judge showed me the video. For the reason stated above, I argued that the way the city was operating the camera, I even had pictures of the sign and maps with measurements showing my points, did not meet the standard set by the Texas legislature. The judge, clearly caught a little off balance by what I presented, said she disagreed and that there was a violation. I told her that I wanted her to show me how, in a legal sense, they could possibly be in compliance with state law. Her response to this taxpayer was, "I don't have to do that. Would you like to pay now or mail it in with this envelope?" I told her to keep the envelope. During the course of this, I found out several things. Because the driver is not identified, the red light violation on camera is not a traffic violation at all. It is classified as a civil penalty. In fact, it never goes on your driving record in any form. What's shady, the court is set up just like a traffic violation court and made to look that way. There are no consequences to not paying if you do not live in the municipality where the violation occurred. Other than the $75 civil penalty, think of it as a mini lawsuit. No additional charges accrue for delaying payment. They cannot send your bill to collections, which the toll road authority can, send the police to get you, etc. In a sense, it is entirely voluntary. What's shady, all communication from the company in Arizona that evaluates the videos and from the municipality are worded in such a way to make car owners believe that the violation is on par legally with a traffic violation, where a real cop pulls you over and issues the driver an actual citation. Never in the process was it explained to me what my rights are, what the consequences are, other than I would set a court date. These red light laws don't have teeth because there are just too many problems with the situation. How can you fine a car owner for actions taken by the driver who, in my case, and in many cases, is a different person? The Texas legislature realized this and, rightly, defanged them. The problem? These red light cameras are huge money makers for the municipalities. The judge I met with is on the payroll of the city and would lose her income if people knew what it really was. The entire red light system is sold to municipalities by the company that places, maintains and monitors the cameras as a source of revenue. The company also claims that the cameras make the city safer because fewer red light violations occur. The only legit research done by a third party shows the opposite, that is, that people see the camera at the last minute and slam on their brakes, causing an increase of rear-end collisions at those intersections. Where a camera is placed, the whole thing is shady and corrupt. Factoring companies. In order to get paid on quicker terms, many companies seek out factoring companies to buy their accounts receivable, often for 4-5% of the revenue, and in turn get paid in a few days, rather than the company having to wait 45 to 60 days for payment. It really works great for smaller companies that are just getting started. The factoring companies set a limit of credit in terms of invoices they are willing to extend to one company. So, if two trucking companies are working for the same customer, we'll say Walmart, the factoring company will only cover $1 million of Walmart invoices regardless of who the carrier is. What these factoring companies do is go out and get more carriers that haul for Walmart without increasing the factoring limit, essentially decreasing everyone's slice of the pie. Once the $1 million has been extended to carriers for invoices received, they notify all carriers that they can no longer pay any Walmart invoices, even if the invoices have not aged to the payment terms. This causes carriers to stop hauling for Walmart or any vendor from supplying to their customer because they cannot afford to wait to be paid. This in turn muscles customers into paying sooner on invoices, which in turn means that factoring companies make a return on their money much sooner. It's a dirty little scam they play. Get as many vendors with the same customer as possible. Limit to total credit extended so that vendors will stop supplying unless payment is made earlier than payment terms dictate. A little late to this, but a Toyota dealership. We got 2 fob keys for our hybrid vehicle originally, only using one. Eventually, the other was lost somehow. So I went to the dealership to inquire about a replacement, and they said it would be $350. It's a key. A special key that is electronic, but it's not made using unicorn tears. So I looked around, and my friend eBay had a model of key fob that would work. I would just need to get it programmed to the car. The actual metal key wouldn't work, but this was a backup, and in 7 years, I had never used it. Heck, I had only used the backup key less than 10 times, if that. Bid on it for $35, $5 shipping. Got it programmed for $100 at a place that sold keys. They watched a video on YouTube and just followed their prompts. $140 instead of $350. The battery for the hybrid can't hold a charge. The battery needs replacement after owning it for almost 10 years. The dealership offers this service for $5,000. Undeterred, I found a place that covers my area and will do it for less than $2,000. The battery is an aftermarket system that just replaces a cell with an essentially new one that has been reconditioned and put into a new housing. The installation was scheduled at my home, and it took about an hour to install and test the new unit. Got a full warranty for the first year, then prorated for the full 5-year warranty. Saved us thousands, and was easy as pie. I will never go to a dealership for anything in the future. You can always find it cheaper. A lot of gyms will force you to give CC info to do an intro class. Once you do it, everything is set up behind the desk to have you signed up in a few clicks. They exhaust you in the hopes you will make an irrational decision and sign up for more than you bargained for. You never go. They won't call you. They will charge you forever and never care. Also, if you freeze your account medically, you can obtain an indefinite freeze over the maximum 2 months. Gym owners will sometimes unfreeze medically unfit members, such as pregnant women, early so they can squeeze out a few more charges and increase revenue. They calculate the percentage of people who notice to the amount who request the charge reversal to be small, and therefore worth the risk, because it takes a few clicks to satisfy the member with an extra free month instead of their money, which can be just as easily refunded if you did not attend and complain enough. Summary: gyms have shady policies. They are designed to give you an amazing first experience and funnel you into an irrational decision before you're ready to commit. Canceling is easy, and a lot of gyms have 3-day full refund policies, but staff is trained to make you jump through hoops. If you ask for a refund, they will offer more. Gym refuse, they can often offer a refund. When you cancel, many gyms will charge you one more month. New car dealers will try to sell you on a payment instead of a price. There is a standard formula for how much your monthly payment will be if you finance. It's not wizardry. Know that a lower payment will mean a longer loan, ergo more interest, meaning your vehicle will end up costing you a lot more money. They know that most people have a number in their head that they have deemed acceptable. They will often ask for a larger down payment. In order to reach your number, you have to ask yourself what is more important to you, lowering your monthly payment by $100 over 60 months, or parting with $5,000 today. New car dealers also rely on inexperienced buyers. Know that you don't have to finance through the dealership. If there's no competition from another bank, where is the dealer's incentive to give you the best loan possible? You should walk into a dealership with at least 2 pre-approval letters, one from your bank, and one from a reputable online auto loan financing company. The dealership wants your loan, so they will be forced to be competitive with your other 2 offers. They may be able to beat your pre-approvals, or they may not. The point is to know where the baseline is. Don't let the dealership be the first time you find out your credit score. Get copies from all 3 credit agencies, Experian, TransUnion, and Equifax. They will not all have the same score. You absolutely need to know what your credit rating and buying power is before you walk into a dealership. They are counting on you falling in love with the shiny pretty thing and abandoning all reason. You cannot be afraid to get up and walk out of the dealership. The process should never feel like you're being pressured. You are the boss in this scenario. If they tell you that you need to sign now or the deal goes away, walk the fuck out of there immediately. $30 furnace inspection. Budget HVAC companies will fuck you really hard. Same with companies where the techs get paid only on commission. The company cannot stay in business doing $30 tune-ups. Pair that this a tech who gets paid by commission and you have the ultimate fuckery. I have been in the field for 15 years, only 2 years residential. I felt like such a scumbag taking money from customers and had to move on. And I shit you not, I can tune my furnace up and know it is in perfect condition. I can call a budget company to come out for a tune-up. The guy will find something wrong and make up some bullshit reasoning and charge me upwards of $200 for parts and labor and basically rob me, because most home owners have no clue, and it is not their fault for trusting the tech. If you have an issue with your heat or rack, you need to know certain things. 1. Look to hire a reputable contractor who is local in proximity. 2. Ask the person on the phone about billing details. Make sure you write down what she says, and if you have a coupon, make sure you tell her. Nothing is more annoying as a tech and I have written up my invoice and go to collect the payment and, oh, now you tell me you have a faking coupon. Sure, let me do math again. 3. Make sure you pay attention to the noises your unit is making prior to the visit and after. Shitty techs will break things on accident and on purpose. 4. Feel free to ask the tech any question about heating or cooling. 5. Feel free to watch the tech work. I hated when the customer watched me work. A lot of the time it was old people who were just excited to hang out and talk. Other times it was the husband watching me fix the heat at 3 AM, and I don't blame him, because at the prices they paying they might as well watch me and make sure I'm not faking shit up. 6. If you feel the tech is drunk, on drugs, sleazy, or incompetent, you can call their office and request someone else. 7. Make sure your unit looks exactly the same or was. A food tech will leave the unit cleaner than it was upon arrival. 8. Don't let the tech sucker you. You can ask if he is commission based and for him to explain the billing and pricing of labor and parts. If the tech is suggesting a unit replacement, get a second opinion. I have worked with guys who were too lazy to make fixes and pressured the customer to buy a new system. There are good companies who hire good techs. My old company was expensive, but they paid us techs well, and we were not commission based. I was able to focus on repairs without having to hit quotas. I liked a lot of my customers, but I hated charging them certain prices for such easy fixes or services. Working 70 hours a week while on call is no fun. And it didn't matter if I had a 0% callback rate on my 250 calls for the month, because my office would get on my ass for taking 3 hours for a repair instead of 2. I used to work for Avis Car Hire, or rather, I didn't point when going for the job of collection/delivery driver. They didn't employ you as staff. They made you a self-employed driver that worked for a company called AutoClents, who were in turn subcontracted by Avis to collect their cars for them. Long story short, you get paid per delivery/collection, and not per hour. Because you were self-employed, they didn't have any obligation to provide uniform. You were expected to buy it, and didn't have any legal duties in regards to minimum wage, holidays, sick pay or any other workplace statutory rights. Oh, and the boss was an asshole too who treated staff like shit. That was just a bonus. Here's the best bit. They wouldn't send out a driver unless there was another car in the same area to be collected/delivered, as they didn't want to spend unnecessary money on fuel to send people out to get cars. Some customers had cars sitting on their drives and weren't collected for weeks after they were due. I work 7 AM to 6 PM on free and 7 AM to 3 PM on Saturday, and on average earned less than £2 per hour. Because of the working hours, I couldn't even go looking for another job as I could never have the time to go for an interview. In the end, the only way out was to quit altogether and be without a job until I could find the next one. I got one 2 months later and will never be going back. Timeshares. With very few, extremely expensive exceptions, timeshares are a scam. A timeshare is where you buy 1 week of one resort for an annual vacation. For example, if you buy the 32nd week, then every year, on the 32nd week, that resort is yours to use. It sounds decent, but it's a big scam industry. Some of the tactics they use to sell you get you in the door with a freebie. Sometimes this freebie is nearly worthless but sounds great. Such as free cruises, where you pay the fees, but the fees are as expensive as if you were to buy the ticket. Tell you that you can trust them because they operate on word of mouth, and reputation is everything. Really? Did you find them by word of mouth, or did you find them by an ad offering free stuff? They will lie. It's how they make their sales. Timeshare contracts always include a clause stating something to the effect of, anything the sales agent promised the buyer, verbally or in writing, is null and void upon signing this contract. They will lie. I'm saying it again because it's important. Oh, the owner of the resort just happens to show up and offer you a 50% discount? He's not the owner, and that's the standard discount to get a sale. The timeshares are worthless. They are actually less than worthless. You can go online, search for your timeshare, and buy it for $1 because people just want to get out of the contract. You will be stuck in an expensive maintenance contract. The price of the maintenance contract usually is more than the price of renting a resort for the week. No, they won't work with you on payments if you have a tough year. You can't trade up your timeshare week for any other resort. This is a popular lie, so I want to be clear. They will offer to sign you up with RCI or Interval and say you can trade your week for another week at any resort in the world. Nope. It goes on a priority-based system, and unless you're buying into a 5-star resort for way more than it's worth, you'll be at the bottom of the priority. You want the freebie anyway. No problem. Just make sure you know to never ever buy a timeshare. Don't fall for whatever they say. Field engineer/subcontractor angler for a general contractor for large industrial/commercial buildings. Here, when doing any kind of improvements, you want at least 3 quotes on whatever you're doing. If you follow what I call the rule of thirds in a construction heavy town or the rule of 2 in any other town, rule of thirds, get 9 people to look at the project, 6 will send you bids, 3 will be comparable enough to pick the ones that are marking their estimates up for profit. Rule of 2. Get 7 people to look at the project. 5 will send you bids. 3 will be comparable enough to pick the ones that are marking their estimates up for profit. PS. Getting guys who travel a long distance have a better percentage of getting the job done on time because they want to get that sheet done and to go home. But if they do go home and don't come back, pray to God you have written something in the contract about them having something done in a certain amount of time before you start billing them. PSS. It is extremely unethical to get them into a bidding war by disclosing each other's numbers to them in our business. Don't do it. Especially if they are union contractors, because they have enforcers and you like having all of your joints working, your car not on fire while you're in it, or getting new concrete shoes To take a walk with the fishes. C. Car sales. When I was 22, I thought I was hot sheet for negotiating a new $24,000 car to $16,000. Got it in writing over email and everything. I had to drive 2.5 hours to pick it up, so I hitched a one-way ride with a friend. Car salesman picked me up from my friend's house and drove me to the dealership. Car looked great, and was. I got to the financing desk. The salesman had told me over the phone that my APR would be around 3.99%, so I figured there wasn't a need to secure financing elsewhere. Nope, the finance manager gave me 7.99%, and my credit score was / excellent, over 750. But they had me stuck there. What was I going to do? Walk away and take a Greyhound bus back home? I got such a good deal on the sticker that I still got an overall good deal despite having to fork over several hundred more in interest. Next time I buy a car, I'll secure my own financing. Waiters. I never keep my receipts unless it's a work outing that I can expense. This waiter made the mistake of giving himself an extra $5 tip on top of what I gave him. I noticed when my receipt and the charge didn't reconcile, and the restaurant said he probably couldn't read your handwriting. Nope, my handwriting was fine. I have an image of the receipt that I signed. Even if it's terrible, $15 looks nothing like $20. Always check your credit card statements for extra tippers. Most people wouldn't recognize an extra couple of bucks. For a server, that adds up over the course of a shift. Avoid those big law firms that advertise everywhere about car accidents and injuries. Within the legal world, we refer to these firms as mills. I worked for one, and as soon as someone called with a potential case, you'd go to an intake specialist, usually some barely trained college kid who was tasked with getting your information. Then a quick halt while they did the legal bare minimum of running the case by one of our attorneys. That was typically a quick car accident, she's injured, or this is something completely stupid, and a yes or no from the lawyer. Then we'd sign you up, and you didn't even have to leave your home. We'd send one of our investigators to you with all the paperwork. Except the investigator is with a separate agency, owned by the guy who owns the law firm, but not part of the law firm. The investigator billed the law firm for going out and giving you the paperwork and taking photos. When your case settles, that bill comes out of the settlement as part of the costs. By the way, we don't tell you that when we tell you an investigator is going to be coming to your house to give you the paperwork. Then, your file sits on a paralegal's desk whose job it is to get you to go to as many doctor appointments at our specific doctors as possible to drive up the value of the claim as soon as possible. Our shady doctor eventually spits out a number. An attorney reviews a summary prepared by the paralegal, talks to you about a demand, and tries to settle with the insurance company. If you refuse to settle, the firm can always drop you and lien the claim to get their costs back. If you go to another attorney and those costs included hourly rates instead of the contingency fee, or the insurance company refuses to settle and they have to file suit. Filing suit means the contingency fee typically bumps up from 33% to 40%. There's a ton of paperwork and depositions, mediation, and more pushes towards a settlement. Again, if you are being unreasonable, the firm can drop you at almost any time. Once the case resolves, the attorney takes their cut off the top, then pays the costs, phone calls, copies, postage, etc. And then whatever is left pays the doctor. If you're happy with the amount, the case is closed. If you're not, remember, the doctor and the attorney work with each other frequently. So, depending on how much is left, the attorney will negotiate with the doctor to lower the bill, which was only inflated to raise the value of the claim in the first place. The goal is to put just enough money in your pocket that you don't beach. The big firms don't give two sheets about you and your problems. Their money is based on volume. Getting your case resolved quickly is better than getting the best result. Health insurance companies like to make mistakes like changing the date you submitted it to make it past the deadline, to avoid paying you anything at all. If you figure it out, they make you go through their call center, where the first person you talk to has no power to deal with it, but they make you call their other department, something similar to ours, who also can't deal with it, because they have no power to, so they make you do an appeal. In the end you do an appeal that you will get a reply for in 1 to 2 months after you already submitted your claim 2 to 3 months ago. And when you get your appeal back, they might make another mistake if they choose to, because you will have to make another appeal and wait a month. But at that point some customers would be like, fuck it, and the company saves money. The low level employees do the dirty work of handling the complaints, while the people at the top get a bunch of money for this intentionally poor inefficient system, because those people at the bottom, who has no power to fix the customer's issues, deals with the company's mistakes, resulting in trying to make the customer give up on their claim if they have to go through so much BS. How do I know the mistake is intentional? Because they made the exact same mistake, changed the date, twice on 2 different separate claims. Calling them or their appeals are just a buffer of low-level employees who have no power and systematically block delay payouts by preventing you from speaking to someone who actually has the power to fix their mistake. Point: shitty companies like these are usually partnered with a school or business, so you can't opt out. TLDR: shitty health insurance companies intentionally screw up your claim. You call them to fix it, go through 30 minutes of waiting music. Person tells you they can't help you, and call another department. Calls that department, wait another 30 minutes. They tell you to make an appeal, because only the first number you called has the power to deal with it. Does appeal, which will take another month or 2 for a response. If you decide to do all this, you waste a few hours for their mistake which they can't fix immediately because their system is intentionally bad to the customer. TLDRX2. Higher ups at health insurance company or companies, not sure if other companies do this, like to screw up claims to make things harder for people with health problems who probably won't have the energy to go through their bullshit to get their proper claim amount, basically scamming and stealing money from disabled people in some cases. The basic breakdown found on most sites that try to explain different types of leather. This breakdown is probably the biggest, most repeated incorrect leather information on the internet. Most first page Google results for these 4 types of leather list from best to worst the following and explain incorrectly what each is, which I won't repeat because it's wrong and can be found anywhere. Full grain, top grain, genuine leather, bonded. I actually started blog just to combat this. The long and short of it is, a prominent leather goods maker gave this breakdown in a video and article that went viral. It got copied and pasted into tons of other informational articles on the web, but it's really wrong. I'll post the blog post on full grain, top grain, and genuine at the bottom of this comment, but they are long reads. But the TLDR is, full grain, nothing been done to stamp or sand the top. Can have more scars but not always. Can be the best, but there are huge variations in look, feel and quality within the category. Good top grain can be better than low quality full grain. Top grain, something's been done to the natural grain, an embossing or some sanding or both. Can be just as good as full grain, and can have a variety of processes applied that may or may not change wear and tear / durability. Point: genuine just means real leather, not something specific. The leather they are talking about in those articles is called a finished split, which is a suede bottom layer split off top or full grain that's been finished to look like top / full grain. Akapu splits, Bicast, etc. Red Wing shoes are awesome, expensive, and made of high grade leather. Look what gets stamped on the sole, which is quality veg tan by the way. Red Wing sole. Lastly, suede is the bottom that's been split off and can be pretty nice stuff. It's when they try to finish it to look like smooth leather you get into problems. The blog posts full grain, top grain, genuine. I went to my local preferred electronics store and said I was after a certain model TV. They had it in stock, but it definitely wasn't fitting in my car. I knew I'd have my maid suit on the weekend, so this wasn't an issue. I asked, can we negotiate the price, as it was $2,500. They said absolutely. Fast forward to the weekend, I rock up in my maid suit to banners all across the front of the store saying sale, X% off everything. I'm like, sweet, might get a better deal. I walked into where the TV I wanted was. The crossed out retail price was $2,800, now on sale for $2,600. I grabbed a guy and told him, look, I was in during the week, it was $2,500, and the lad said we could suss out a deal. He then informs me, while that may be true, it is common practice to jack prices up in a sale and then slash that price so it looks like you are getting a good deal, but still be more expensive than the day-to-day price during the week, and all sale prices are final, so I'd have to buy it for that price. I said no worries, didn't argue, just left. I went next door to an electronics retailer I'd never dealt with, told them the story. They laughed so hard they knocked the TV down to $2,000. That was the day I learned that dodgy business tact, and have since been weary of large type sales from certain businesses. Since then I've seen similar things happen about a half dozen times, and seen it appear on TV, as apparently there can be legal ramifications if caught. So anytime you go to a cell phone store, Verizon, T-Mobile, if it is not a corporate store, they would sell you refurbished cell phone or like new cell phone. So make sure you don't get scammed. Things to look for: quality of the box. If it has dents, bumps, looks worn out. Barcode print. Every phone on the back has information like barcode on it with IMEI and stuff. The company printed barcode would look different from a manually printed one by the store or a third-party vendor. A company printed barcode would look very clean and precise. Most of the companies have a plastic cover on the phone screen with no bubbles. If you see a phone that has a plastic screen with bubbles on it, or you see scratches on it, or fingerprint on it, most likely it is used. The box that doesn't have the name of the device. For example, if you buy an iPhone or hotspot or tablet, make sure it doesn't say his company, instead it has an original box. The original charger. Many lame smartphones have a third-party chargers or old used chargers with scratches or anything. Many Android phones will come with a SIM popper pin with them, so make sure you get that. Many OEM boxes or refurbished ones don't come with it. Most of the stores have 14-day policy. Call your service provider and ask them if this phone was used before you bought it. If they say yes, return it, and if they argue, call the customer service. If you got a iPhone, go to Apple Store and check the IMEI with them. A lot of the stuff you see advertised on Facebook is scammy. There are two especially common ones: dropship websites offering items you could find on AliExpress for a fraction of the price. The items will ship from China at a heavily subsidized price. More on that here. It will take a long time to arrive, and may not be all that similar to what was advertised. Why is this bad? The product photos were likely stolen from a legitimate US company that sells that actual product. Chinese sellers like to create knockoffs of these items, but what you get won't necessarily be all that much like the picture. If you're disappointed, too bad. You gave your money to a scammy, fly-by-night website and you won't get a refund. BuzzFeed did a great story on this a while back. Their article is about apparel, but this stuff happens with all kinds of products. If you really want to buy crap of questionable quality from China, at least go buy it on AliExpress, so you're not overpaying. You can find these things on AliExpress if you do a reverse image search on the item being advertised. If you are buying something that comes in contact with food or electricity, good faking luck. In the US we have product safety laws, so a lamp you buy doesn't start a fire when plugged in, or a coffee mug you buy doesn't leach lead or other toxins into your coffee. Those overseas sellers do not care about this. They make stuff as cheaply as they can. They have no product liability insurance or care about product safety. You're helping dig the US economy's grave. What do you think will eventually happen when US-based companies do all the work to design and develop a product, comply with product safety laws, pay US taxes, pay for insurance, etc., and then a Chinese seller comes along and steals their product photos and advertises a fake of their products for a lower price? Multiply this out times all the US companies being affected by this, and the fact that US companies pay more and more in shipping to subsidize the cost of these Chinese sellers to ship counterfeits here, and you should be able to see where that will go in the long run. Less tax revenue for US cities and states, more businesses folding, fewer American jobs. Generally everything problematic you'd expect when our economy is being looted and US businesses are being cut out of the profits for the sale of their products. Print-on-demand websites offering images on shirts, mugs, etc. that are often stolen from other designers. Why this is bad? Sites like this usually have crap customer service. If what you receive is low quality or doesn't fit, you probably won't be able to get a refund/exchange. Stolen images usually have poor image quality because the images were stolen from a website and web resolution graphics are not suitable for printing. Sites like this often profit from stolen images, which hurts independent designers who depend on making a living from their design work. When their images are stolen, they get nothing. You might think it's no big deal if the images infringe on better known properties like Snoopy or Mickey Mouse, but that isn't true either. Lots of legitimate small businesses pay for licensing rights on popular characters like that. When they have to compete with unlicensed sellers, that hurts those small businesses. Bottom line is, designers should be getting paid for their work. People who steal from them shouldn't be. How to avoid being scammed by these advertisers? The best way to avoid being scammed is to make sure you are dealing with a legit business to begin with. There are several clues I look for, including a physical address, phone numbers, return/exchange policy, info about where items will ship from, and how soon you'll receive them. Legitimate online retailers don't hide this information from their customers, so whether a company shares this info or not tells you a lot about how trustworthy they are. The only way this problem is ever really going to stop is if consumers get savvy and stop supporting scammy online retailers. In strip clubs, manipulating you to ridiculously overcharge you, including strippers implying that the drinks they get go on your name. A strip club in my town's red light district, Reeperbahn, for those interested, used to pull the worst tricks to get customers to enter. Let one or two strippers sit next to them, trick you into letting them buy a drink on your name, which they probably don't even touch, and then charge €150 for drinks the size of a martini. Because it was very high quality, rare fruit wine, they have to open a new bottle for each glass due to health guidelines. I got pulled in by new store in town. Check us out. Bullshit, which I found out later. I was never in that district before on my own. Got to girls, they pulled that crap on me and charged me €360 after 4 minutes. It was shortly after a horrible breakup and I tried to get my mind to something else. I was 19. So I went alone and was not really there rationally. Stupid. I also was not experienced in these things and convinced every human means well somewhere. They still may, but that doesn't have to imply that they mean well for me. I totally fell for it and got into a panic because I didn't know how to pay. I was a student closing my second semester and had €120 on my bank account, and it was middle of the month. I explained it to them. They said I can withdraw what's on my account and then look at what they can do. I did. Gave them everything on my account and the €30 I had in my wallet, and signed a contract that we agreed on that price, not mentioning the original one. I was so in shock that I even finished the Coke I ordered for my own, then left and went home. It was the first thing I did, so nothing nice happened before. I researched the club on my way home. Turns out they're the worst in the entire district and do this and other things as well. The prices are illegal, and if you call the cops you don't have to pay anything. They also got raided a few times already. They closed a few months later. I don't know of any other store that's this cruel that's open there now, but of course they still try to rob you all the time. So don't give any prostitute or stripper your debit card and PIN so they can withdraw their rate for you. Personal note, researching the club and realizing that I fell for something this obvious hit me incredibly hard, especially due to the recent breakup, which included similar reasons, which proved to me I'm not just not functioning as a human being, but also not worthy to be one at all. Triggered one of my worst houses ever at that time, and I tried to jump from 5 floors height for a few hours, but couldn't. This association worked great on my personal stand to ethics, though. I know now that it's irrelevant for me whether people mean well when it comes to how I behave around them, and that their meaning well for anyone else or themselves does not mean anything for how they'll act around me. I still approach people with the benefit of the doubt first, but for my own actions I prioritize their actions over probable intentions now. Ex-jewelry salesperson here. For those looking to buy wedding rings specifically, do not go full platinum. It's extremely expensive and looks 99% identical to white gold. Aside from structural integrity, you're pretty much paying an arm and a leg for nothing. You can, however, go white gold band with platinum tips. This may be worth it if you or spouse are rough with jewelry, as they hold in the setting better. When I was younger, I was able to sling platinum so easy to customers as one usually wants what's best for their soon to be spouse or two. They don't want to look cheap in front of them. Also, for the most part, don't worry about purchasing the certified gem grade blah 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 stone, assuming from a reputable source and not some back alley thing. It'll save you tons of money, plus the only benefit I could foresee is if you sell and upgrade the stone later or something. Lastly, don't be afraid to play it poor or ask for discounts. More or less, jewelry is marked up at 300% of cost, at least at the store I worked at. I was able to give up to around 20% off without having manager intervention as a regular salesperson. Over that, you could generally get close to 25% depending on how well you sell yourself and or if your salesperson likes you. They will do anything to close. Insurance CLAWBACKS equals CIGNA. Primarily, and other big insurance companies are charging facilities notable amounts. I've seen as high as $40 when beneficiaries use their insurance to pay for a prescription, procedure, or other service and pass that cost on to the beneficiary. This happens mostly during the deductible phase of insurance, but it matters because it's very concealed, and Sinner's own TAO says they will not use such actions, and facilities who inform beneficiaries of this practice could lose their contract or be legally liable. Allow me to explain. Your 30-day supply of #30 amphetamine salt XR medication costs the pharmacy $150. Before rebates to buy, their cash price for customers is marked up 300% to $450. However, your insurance plan negotiates your out-of-pocket cost. Since you are in your deductible phase, they do not actually pay anything to $159.89. The pharmacy nets profit of $9.59. This is generous for the record. So has Sinner and gets the same drug, strength, dose. Her Sinner plan negotiates the price to $159.89. However, charges the pharmacy $20 for billing them and forces the pharmacy to push that cost onto the beneficiary, meaning your wife's copay is $179.89. The pharmacy nets the same profit. However, Sinner now also nets the $20 profit that comes out of the beneficiary's pocket. They claw back money from the beneficiary on a per-use basis. Further, there is a pending class action lawsuit against Sinner for such practices that is being litigated like crazy. If you are a Sinner beneficiary, I would advise you to request a payment report to see if it shows what Sinner has contributed vs what you have contributed to the costs of your medications or clinic visits. With any luck, it will show a negative third-party payment on one or more transactions revealing you've been a victim of this practice. Even no deductible plans may see this happen on medications that regularly cost under $10, but have a rack price over that. Note, this practice may not be as significant if you frequently hit your out-of-pocket maximum, as then they have to contribute 100% and this practice will make you hit your out-of-pocket maximum faster. But most plans I've encountered see copays after hitting a $2,000 deductible and an out-of-pocket maximum of $7,000 plus. That beneficiaries get little to no use out of. Bloomberg has more on the lawsuit here. Not specific here, but always be careful of large contract deals. My parents bought a lot and started building a house on it. The contractor fell short on many of the house's amenities, missing lights, switches, the whole front porch, a full length and width driveway, lots of stuff. Like $30-50 grand short. He blows off all of the requests. Of course, he's legally obligated to perform the work. But if he flat refuses to do anything, there are two choices: close the house as is, or take him to court. Taking him to court could take 3+ years as he will probably delay to the legal maximum. He will almost definitely lose. But it would cost my parents more than the house in legal fees and all of the missing rent, since it will not be theirs to rent until closing. There's a third option: walk away. In this case the value of the property and house have gone up more than the damages, so that's not great. This whole thing may be a tactic by the builder to get my parents to walk away to sell the houses for more than the value of the contract to my parents. At the moment my parents are contacting every agency they can, including the contracting licensing bureau, in hopes to at least tank this guy's career, if not minimize the losses. Long story short, the legal system leaves a lot to be desired, and contracts aren't as protective as you may think. Get a good contractor to begin with. My favorite is the pricing scheme for AT&T Mobile, Ericsson Cell Construction. They have set prices on installing or replacing everything from trenching conduit, pouring concrete, stacking a tower, or playing with fiber and hot 48 VDC in a power plant. These prices are based on a percentage of a national average of quotes. These quotes are taken from the lower bidders in every market and forced down the GC's throat. That being said, the price is then halved by the turf vendor that gets paid to manage the project and hire the GC. So the GC gets half the price of the low average price to do the job. This is besides the fact that certain tasks become more difficult or close to impossible in places with rocky terrain or winter. Trenching a mile of conduit in February for the same price as in June. With all that being said, both safety standards and quality standards increase exponentially every year. The financial burden is unable to be passed on to the carrier or the turf vendor due to the fixed pricing scheme. The end result is the GC cutting corners to stay in business and trying like hell to get as many change orders as they can. If this happened in commercial construction, office buildings would spontaneously combust. It's a really toxic industry now. It really sucks. I used to love what I do. Now it's an ever upward struggle to perform and make a profit. Worst part is that the whole thing looks great on paper. Bureaucracy at its finest. I'll just tell you my story. Family-owned frozen yogurt store offered me a job. The point of my job was to give the one other worker 2 whole days and 2 nights off a week. He was the other worker because it was in the middle of winter and they dramatically downsized their staff in winter instead of just closing like a normal frozen yogurt place. Anyways, I did my job. It was boring as hell cause no one would come in all day, but it was annoying as hell because the owner had remote cameras put up and would call you if you weren't doing something literally all the time. Fast forward to spring and business is picking up. We begin hiring more people. One was a beautiful and smart girl who went to the same high school as me. About 2 weeks later the manager calls me in to work on a Friday, has me come on to the office, and tells me that it's nothing personal and it's nobody's fault, but my shifts are going to be dropping off the next couple of weeks. Okay. Then he asks me to turn in my key to the place. I asked him why, and he said, so you don't come back and rob us, in a joking tone. Wait, am I being fired? Yes. Couple of months later, that manager was fired for drug and alcohol abuse and sexually harassing co-workers. Then the owner of the store pawned, as in sold, it off to some 24-year-old kid who didn't know what he was getting into. Didn't last much longer. So many in the telecoms industry. A few to look out for off the top of my head. If you are going for an upgrade or new contract and you are offered a free tablet with e-device extra SIM card, say no. You will be paying a monthly fee on these for the next 2 years. Sellers can get away with it because it's free at point of purchase, so they technically did not lie. Same with insurance. Some agents will try to push that it's an obligatory part of the plan or that you have to take it now but can cancel later. Basically know what you want when going for a new phone, and any extras they try and throw in. Ask lots of questions and don't be afraid to say no. Another one, and I'm not sure this just applies to the UK, but if you ever see anything along the lines of services from other companies or other Rota/Vodafone/EECT services, ring up and give them hell. Most of the time they will say they have nothing to do with said charge and send you the details of the company who has charged you, but this is only true half the time. The networks 100% get a cut of these charges, which is why there is zero effort made to stop or investigate them. I know 3 or 4 companies off the top of my head involved in this who are almost exclusively con artists, who provide no legitimate service, but sign random people up for their offers and the networks do nothing. The amount of bogus charges I've seen on people's bills is insane, and only the most stubborn customers ever get a full refund. Few more I can think of, but if people want to know. Using fear to sell point, we were looking to get a new roof on our house and my wife was cold called by a guy saying he represented a big national roofing company. She said sure, please come back to give us an estimate and talk to hubby, me, when he gets home at 6. The guy showed up at 5 and started telling my wife how our roof is dangerous and if we have another storm the damage would likely be thousands or tens of thousands of dollars. Then I came home and he had her tell me what he told her while he drew up the paperwork. Mind you, I was planning on getting several estimates and didn't buy this guy's shtick for a second, but my wife was totally convinced. I played along to see where it went. Then the roof sales guy told us that they are working on another house in our neighborhood next week and if we sign right now we will save $10,000 on the roof vs waiting until the next day. Then he had to call his boss and he said the same stuff to his boss in front of us. Basically that we are all going to die unless we get a new roof tomorrow. After the phone call, he said that his boss came down even further and they could replace our roof for only $26,000. But if we waited, even until tomorrow morning, the price was going to be $38,000. Then he said everything he told my wife and his boss all over again. Wouldn't let me get a word in for a solid 20 minutes while he talked about wood rot, storms, snakes in the tar paper, the danger to our children, and how this is probably the most expensive and most important purchase we will ever make for our home point. When he finally shut up, to catch his breath I said I couldn't agree more about how important the decision is. That is why I'm not going to drop $26,000 on the first guy that walks up to our door. Please leave an estimate and I will compare it to the others. After moping around for another 5 to 10 minutes he finally left, never even giving us an estimate other than some numbers scribbled on our mail. My wife and I actually had an argument about it as she wanted me to sign then and there because it was such a good deal. Obviously this type of sales tactic works well on some people. We ended up going with a highly rated local contractor who did the job for $12,000. A building development company we dealt with advertised their properties with very nice looking computer generated images of the layout and furnishings, with lists of what they would offer, full furnishings, cleaning equipment, etc. for a reasonable cost, and arranged the viewings during the early stages of building the apartments. Claimed the larger apartments weren't fit for anybody except builders to go into, but assured us they were much larger and spacious. As we agreed to the price we requested an apartment with an extra bedroom, so they said it would be £150 extra per month on top of the £600. Then we requested an apartment on the top floor, which they said would cost £60 extra per month, so we agreed. Then when we arrived on the day to move in, no furniture, no second bedroom. The websites advertising the apartments originally were gone. When we contacted them about paying for and not receiving the second bedroom, they said there was never 2-bedroom apartments on the top floor. We replied, but we agreed to pay $150 extra for the second bedroom. They said no you didn't, we were just negotiating a price, and that's what we agreed upon. So claimed that because they never stated exactly what we would get and instead just agreed when we spoke with them, there was no way to prove they were offering us what we thought we were paying for, so we were stuck for a year solid paying £150 a month more than we should have. So almost £2,000 out of pocket because they didn't tell us the apartment we wanted didn't exist. Hidden completely overreaching non-compete clauses for low-level employees. I worked for a manufacturing company as a coordinator, purchasing equipment packages for scheduling construction projects. When I found a better paying job giving 3 weeks notice, I was informed that they would come after me if I violated my non-compete clause. I didn't remember seeing or signing a non-compete, so I looked over all of my hours paperwork and was horrified to discover 2 non-consecutive sentences in the non-disclosure agreement stating that I couldn't work for any similar company within a 100-mile radius of any of their locations for a period of 1 year. My new employer offered to let me work out of an office they had that was just outside of the 100-mile radius and even put me up in a hotel so I could live in that city through the work week. I gave it a go for a couple of months, only seeing my kid husband on weekends. After hiring a lawyer paying $500 plus in fees, I was informed that my only course of action was to pay $7,000 to file a request for a summary judgment and hope that it came back in my favor. I wasn't willing to risk that much cash, so I resigned and found another job. It sucked having to walk away from a great opportunity, but it turned out okay. I managed to find a company that was different enough that they weren't threatened. They eventually left me alone. I worked in a small shop in the UK that sold air rifles and swords etc. And we used to have these deals mainly glammed up to attract their attention to a gun or sword we have overbought or hasn't sold as well as we would like. The thing about these deals is they were just packaged with products that people would usually buy at the same time. But it would cost more for the privilege. Basically people would pay £5 on average more than those that would just buy the same exact items separately. Most people will not add it up in their heads and would just accept the sign as wow that's a good flashy sign dealeroo and buy it. Not to mention some people would ask me what the better air weapon was or sword was and I would have to lie. To upsell products. Even though I have seen a fair few returns for products we upsold, to which the customers only got store credit or in exchange, the worst one was within the last week I worked there. An old man, 70ish, came in to buy a air rifle for his grandson and wanted one that wouldn't break and would really wow him. I had my boss watching me, but couldn't rip the old guy off. I told him to buy the cheaper rifle that was better brand and build quality, that I also owned. My boss had words with me after not upselling the cheap sheet that was overpriced to an old man. My contract was not renewed for that and also refusing to sell a knife to a clearly underage, 12-year-old child. I don't care that it was a £19.99 sale. I don't want a kid to get stabbed because I had to make that sale. I leased my first apartment on my own for 6 months in a small city. The woman I dealt with knew I was only intending to be living in this city for those 6 months and no longer, so I felt pretty comfortable while going over the lease. There was, as I understood, an option at the end of the lease to renew on a month-to-month basis if I wanted to, but openly didn't intend to use. 1 full month out from the end of my lease I got a great job offer back where I had come from. Accepting and relocating was a no-brainer. Notify my apartment manager about this and remind her that I'll be leaving at the end of the month when my lease was already supposed to end. Turns out they actually require 60 days notice to end the lease at all. I thought that was for breaking the lease before it was up, and without that full 60-day notice, my lease was set to auto-renew. Month to month. They tried to get me to pay for the extra month, but eventually settled on a slightly smaller fee for ending the lease with short notice. All perfectly legal. Completely my fault for not catching it to begin with. Still felt fucking dirty to me, partially because they wouldn't give me any kind of exception, since I was moving for a job I had just been offered days before. That was a large learning experience for me in several ways, especially where to pay attention while reviewing a lease agreement. I will finish working for a small furniture company this week that makes use of one of those mega deal sites for a large proportion of their weekly sales. Trying to be as vague as possible here, just in case. By mega deal site, I mean one of those sites where you can get a new bed or a similarly expensive product for 80% off its original price. The thing is, in order to make it seem like you can get loads of money off, they ask the company, in this case mine, to change the price of the bed on the website to something ridiculous and then provide sales invoices of the bed being sold at that price. Of course we don't actually have sales invoices for the bed at this price, so I was made to use a random name generator to make false sales invoices, and we didn't need false addresses to protect the customer's identity. So it seemed like the bed was sold at that price. The beds had never been sold at the higher price and prices were only changed to the higher price when the deal was on the mega deal site. We were selling beds that claimed to be worth /sold for £900, knocked down to £200, but in reality were actually only ever sold for around £200 anyway. I can't speak for other companies that sell products through the site, so I don't know if it is just my company that does it / if the site asks other companies to do the same, but it seems like a very fishy thing to do. Dare I say illegal? I was on my second lease of a house when the landlord's real estate agent contacted me and told me the house would be up for sale, and if it sold I had to move. 3 months later he told me that it was sold and I had 30 days to leave, but he would be my agent in finding a new place. A quick Google search taught me that in my state, if a house that is being leased is sold, the new owners had to honor the lease until its conclusion. I told him I would stay until the end of the lease and deal with the new owners. He threatened to sue me for his commission if I didn't leave. He tried to have my pets evicted, even though I had written permission that the landlord denied. I lawyered up. They were unable to evict me or my pets, but refused to service the house. Busted pipes ruining the floor. He threatened to evict/sue me over the smallest things like the for sale sign falling over or a car parked in front of my house. I offered to leave early if he returned my security deposit in full with no questions asked. He refused my offer. I then spent $300 cleaning and fixing up the house before I left. He didn't return my deposit and instead hit me with a bill for new carpets because, surprise, the busted pipes had leaked under the carpets. He was nice enough to subtract my deposit from the final amount. I told him to fuck himself and never heard from him again. After the fact I had found out that the house had never sold, but rather he was having a hard time selling it and thought it would sell better if I moved, but had no legal recourse to remove me. From all that I learned that contracts only work if you have all of your copies and are willing to enforce them yourself. Know the law and have money ready for a lawyer, and don't believe a word your opponent says. They will lie and intimidate you into complying. Most things surrounding college housing parking ECT for students. They know broke college kids don't have money to fight it. I remember our apartment complex would do cleaning inspections sporadically. If you failed it was $50 for each person. College housing, it added up fast. I being a clean person and experience and knowledge to fix things. It was an understatement to say it was better than I got it. They still find us. Another housing company took over a different complex and had different policies. Instead of getting new contracts they simply started forging signatures. Then came the parking. They would do all sorts of skeezy things. First and foremost, passes were short for even residents of the complex you were parking for like 2 weeks. They kept short office hours and would actually give passes that expired on days they were not open. Then the towing company waiting saw someone getting hooked up in under a minute. The second you got out of the car you had someone racing to check your pass. If your car was unlocked or the window was cracked they would remove the pass. If it fell off the window, huge summer problem. Paper passes non-sticky, but were still visible, they would tow. If snow was on windows, we live in a snowy state, obviously you don't wake up at 4 AM to shovel a car. They would tow for the snow. I literally did not meet a single resident that didn't get towed or hit with a cleaning fee. Never saw anyone ever pass cleaning inspection ever. I am talking like new clean, and they would fail. I work for the state of Wisconsin in payroll, not going into which division, but it won't matter as all payroll will be under the Department of Administration soon enough, so I've seen a lot of shady loopholes that can be exploited. Luckily I work with staff and management who are pretty honest and employee centric. One thing I've seen a lot is people not applying for FMLA when they should. If you have to be out due to some emergency, or your spouse/dependent's emergency and you need to take care of them, if you don't, using a lot of leave for recovery, you can be fired for not working enough. FMLA is there to protect you, and if you use it your employer cannot discriminate against you for your absence, so always apply for FMLA if there is some medical emergency or birth, or what have you. I have heard of people being fired for taking a month off because of a broken leg. Also I receive verification of employment and wages without the employee's signature. These are from scammers, collection agencies who are trying to get employees' information without their knowledge. This is illegal, and they know it. I had one come in with the signature of the spouse, and not the employee, when I called them, and said I can't reveal the information without the proper signature. They told me that they would send the right one soon. Never got it. Also make sure to use your carryover leave as soon as possible. Call your payroll department if you're unsure how. Lots of people forget to and use their sick leave when they have vacation carryover that is only usable for 6 months. A sly move on your end is to check your reportable breaks. I don't know for other agencies, but for us, if it's under 30 minutes you are required to be paid. That's why I keep my lunches between 15 to 20 minutes. Bad stuff. Apply for FMLA for any emergency. To protect yourself when using lots of leave, use your carryover leave before your other types of leave. Companies will send asking for employee information without a release to steal the information to likely use against the employee. For you guys, check how long your lunch has to be to report it and try to work a nice 10 minutes less so you can be paid for the whole thing. Strip clubs aren't a dirty business unless you like getting funky, but the tactics some strippers pull are. You'll get this one a lot in clubs. A girl will come up to you, talk/flirt with you a little bit, get cuddly, and generally do everything she can to convince you to get a lap dance. But you tell her you're not interested, or you don't want to dance with her tonight, and then she'll ask for a little something for her time. This is kind of like going to a car dealership, looking around the lot, taking a test drive, and then deciding you don't want to buy a car. The salesman then asks you to pay his commission, because he could have been using the time he spent with you on someone else who would be interested in buying a car from him. Just say no. A stripper will convince you to move to some other place in the club for whatever reason, to get cozy, to be more private, etc. There she'll probably get a bit more physical with you, take some/all her clothes off, and generally be really pleasant. Eventually she'll ask you to pay $3,000 or so for your lap dances, even though you both know you never asked for any dances, and it will be hard for you to prove that, since they have you on video moving from your seat to the lap dance area of the club. Generally the club will charge additional fees on top of whatever you're paying for, and they have you sign them at the worst time possible, such as the middle of your lap dance. If you try to dispute it, you lose valuable lap dance time with your dancer, so most people just sign whatever slip of paper they are handed. You can try to dispute it afterwards, but most people don't due to public perception of people who go to strip clubs. The fees are generally things like 10-20% gratuity or something like that. Be wary of doing anything with girls who come at you as soon as you walk in the doors. They usually are the worst the club has to offer, and the only chance they have to make money is to get a guy's money before he has a chance to spend it on any other, prettier girls. This only applies to clubs that advertise a shuttle service. They offer a free shuttle service because they have to pay a fee to cabbies for each head the cabbie brings. This fee is called a spiff. In order to recoup the cost of the spiff, they charge you cover driving yourself to the club, or taking their free shuttle/limo service instead. Generally comes with free admission, though you still have to buy drinks. I have another one, not being upfront about the system of pay. Worked Avon/Pavilions, which was Safeway at the time. Started as a courtesy clerk, which is the lowest of the low. Then I got promoted to day stoker. In the same week I got promoted again to produce. I was expecting a significant increase in pay because produce has a higher starting pay rate, while day stoker did too, but not nearly as high as produce. Paycheck comes around and I'm still getting paid courtesy clerk rates. When I asked my manager, he said it simply didn't kick in yet and I should see the change on the next check. Next check came, and the same old sheet. I guess the meat clerk took pity on me, because when I asked him in confidence about the pay system, he asked, "Well, you've been clocking over, right? Well, what in the flying fuck does that mean?" Apparently when you do anything else other than courtesy clerk work, you have to punch in a special code at the time clock. No one mentioned this to me until that moment. So I started clocking over. I got the face stoker code from another day stoker, and I got the product code from the produce manager. One day store manager called me to his office. "I see you've been clocking over." I looked him dead in the eyes and just said, "Yep." There was no admission of guilt. He simply asked, "Who told you about it?" I told him that I googled it. He pulled me up again and said, "Okay, when you do produce, from now on I only want you to touch the packaged items. Apparently if you only stock bagged salads and fruit cups and salad dressings you're still considered a day stoker." I started having to tell my product manager, who was 100% supportive and eager to train me, that I couldn't stack his apples because the store manager told me not to. Eventually the union rep visited the store and I had a number of questions for him. Store manager knew it and kept ordering me to the back of the store whenever the union rep was around. I finally caught the union rep on my lunch break and asked him about my missed wages. Apparently because I initially trusted the company I worked for and didn't keep a personal log of my hours, there was nothing he or I could do. So pretty much the company stole from me and I had no proof. Fact: grocery stores. US medicine is rife with dirty tactics. When you get a diagnostic test at a doctor's office and they call you and tell you that you have to come in and get the reading is false. They do this so they can charge you for a second office visit. If you refuse to come in, some offices will try to bill you for telemedicine. This is bad business practices and why telemedicine isn't covered on most employer group policies. Also, if you go into a doctor's office for a test and they also bill you for an office visit that was related to that test, that is technically a fraudulent charge, as the 59 modifier in billing should only be used if the office visit is separate from the reason why you got the test. Otherwise the office visit is included in the price of the test and you shouldn't be charged for that office visit. Facilities and offices will lie to you and say you have to pay your deductible and out of pocket upfront. If they are in network with your insurance, they can only collect your co-pays upfront, if any. If they refuse to see you because you won't pay those costs upfront, report them to your insurance company. There is a provision in PPACA that states that an insurance company cannot delay somebody from getting medical services without a reasonable cause. Some insurance companies are acquiring authorizations to get minor surgeries at hospitals in an attempt to force people to use ambulatory surgical centers to save money. Because this is done purely out of saving money for the insurance carrier, it could be argued that it violates part of the PPACA, but nobody seems to complain to any government regulatory about it. Also, in an attempt to save money, some insurance carriers changed how they handle rappel in certain states, and instead of paying towards bill charges for things like anesthesia, they are only paying to the Medicare rate, leaving the provider to balance bill the patient thousands of dollars, which affects things like colonoscopies. Even though per the PPACA the patient shouldn't have any cost share when having a preventive service, and a screening colonoscopy is a preventive service. I have only seen this on plans in Texas and then on only very few commercial plans. But it exists, and it is an option for some employers to take advantage of so they can pass the cost of the health plan off on you. One more thing. Companies tell the eyes they pay you more than you actually get paid because they count your health benefits as compensation, whether you use them or not. So yay. 99% of sales tactics, even if they aren't commission salesmen. Having worked for Best Buy as a non-commission salesman, where my hours and possible raises were based off my sales and sales for commission, I can tell you that all a salesperson ever cares about is taking as much of your money as possible. We were instructed to pretty much coerce you into buying a service, home security, TV, etc. Our last ditch effort was to tell you that the pricing was not guaranteed and could change at any time. While technically true, we pushed it like it was going up in cost tomorrow morning. After that there was the offer of a 30-day cancellation with no fees, except we know people have lives, and the goal and hope is that you forget, just like we hope you do with HBO, Stars, etc., and get charged. But unlike those, you are then locked into a 2-year contract and are faked. At Best Buy we were taught how to walk the thin line between false advertisement and pushing the 1% possibility as something that always happens, with terms like as little as soon as, etc. We talk to you about an estimated cost of things, even when we knew it was going to be higher by quite a lot. The idea with any sales place is Stockholm Syndrome. I get you wrapped up in so much small talk and getting to know you that you have not noticed that we have spent way too long talking about nonsense. You realize this, then move the subject back to whatever you came in for. But now we are friends. I know your life and can pretend to care. I will talk about what you want as slow as possible, but without you noticing I keep sidetracking you. At this point you realize you have been here far longer than you wanted to be. I hit you with a price that you won't like, but 9/10 times you will agree because 1, we are friends, and 2, I just made you spend an hour, and if you don't buy this then it was a huge waste of your time. A lot of music promoters will not pay bands and sound engineers, or worse, get the bands to pay them. Promoters will book smaller, lesser known bands to a bill and never mention compensation. Lesser known bands will jump for the opportunity to play a gig. Now, the promoter is making out because he just got free talent. The band has to drive to the gig, set up their equipment and perform. If the band's lucky, they might sell a few t-shirts for gas money and some free beer. Promoters will explain this as providing exposure. The promoter is paying the band by exposing them to a larger audience. This is BS. He is using your talent to make a living. Get your cut, even if it's only $35 for gas money and free beer. Promoters also like to have acts sell tickets to be on a bill. The pay-to-play racket. A promoter will tell a lesser known band that they need to sell X amount of tickets for Y amount of money if they want to be on the bill. So most bands will buy X amount of tickets out of pocket to secure their spot on the bill and then try to sell them to their friends and family. This is BS because the band is doing the promoter's job for him. He's using the bands to cover his overhead and cut down the risk. If the gig doesn't draw in people, then when no one shows up, he tells the bands, I thought you guys sold all those tickets. Promoters also like to stiff freelance sound engineers. At the end of a gig, when it's time to pay out talent and crew, the promoter will simply come up short. Sorry man, I only have $75 of the $150 we agreed on. Smaller crowd than I expected. Had to pay Pink Panda Monkey and Lizard Hands. This is all I got. I'm actually losing money. All bullshit. Maybe they were tapped and did have to pay bands and no one showed up. That's on the promoter though, not the sound guy or any other crew. Most freelance audio guys and crew don't get guarantees in writing, allowing the promoter to be greasy. Okay, I looked through and haven't seen this one yet. I'm not sure what it's called, but it's very common with jewelers and monthly plans like Cell and Internet. You have 3 products X, Y, Z. For this example, product X is crappy, like well below what someone would expect for their usual needs, like a basic watch with no bells or whistles, and you say, this product is $50. It's cheap and sells for cheap, not much profit. Product Y is pretty good. This is the product you are trying to sell. It's good quality and you get them at a good price, but you want to sell as many of these as possible while making the most profit. It doesn't cost you much more than what the basic no bells product costs, but you sell it for $150. Product Z. This has more bells and whistles than any normal person would ever need. Super high quality but very expensive, and you list this one at $400. You don't expect to sell as many of these, but when the customer comes in you show them first product X, it's less than what they want, it looks cheap, then you bring out product Z and show this super high-end price that's over their budget, then finally bring out product Y. It's a lot better than X, but not quite as good as Z, but close, and the mind game of this is such a bargain triggers in their brain, and even though they only wanted to spend about $100, Y is close to that $400 quality product that it feels like a steal point, and the customer has now been bamboozled. Newborn photography in my nearby hospital. I gather that the company is nationwide, and there are several companies that do the same job, but I don't know if they are also shady. They prey on weakness and emotion. They come into your hospital room between a flurry of doctors and nurses when you have likely had less than an hour of sleep in 2 days and offer to take photographs of your precious new baby. I asked about pricing ahead of time and was told that the photo shoot is free. The photographer will go over packages available with you. Okay, whatever, might as well check it out. So the photographer comes in, sets up a little nest at the end of your bed with sheets and takes a series of shots of your baby, and then takes a few minutes at their computer. They make a slideshow with sappy cheesy music to show off the best shot in each pose. Did I mention that the first few days after giving birth are a massive hormone dump? The cheesy slideshow with the little quotes about love and the sappy song are all absolutely in place to play on your emotions. They won't talk about pricing until after you have seen all of the beautiful pictures of your precious little baby who will never ever be so small and sleepy again, with the tug on your heartstrings music to set the mood. The first package is almost $900. I don't remember everything it included, but it is way overpriced. I would understand if this were a studio, we had an appointment, she did several outfits or scenery or whatever, but this was literally point and shoot with a good camera on some sheets in a hospital bed. It took maybe 15 minutes to take all of the pictures. I laughed and asked her to go ahead and jump to the less expensive options, so she went to the $600 choice. It took way too long to get her to talk about anything in a reasonable price range. We still ended up spending $100 on 2 pictures and a second set of wallet-sized versions of one of those. Think school picture day package D, which probably costs about $20. I wanted to just get the digital disc of the pictures, thinking that would be the most reasonable option, but just the disc with the rights to print cost $250. To finish it up, they give you a special website code to show your friends and family these adorable, watermarked pictures of your baby. Neat. Except as soon as anyone navigates to that page, it's basically a giant advertisement to get them to buy the packages for mom. So now it's not just your hormones, it's the emotional response of family members they are trying to trigger, and sending anyone to see the photos without adding a warning about the sales pitch makes it look like you really wanted to buy this, couldn't afford it yourself, so now you're low-key trying to ask for them to buy it for you. They will also send you emails for eternity to remind you that, hey, your baby was itty bitty once. Now that some time has passed, don't you really want to buy some more of these pictures? Look at how his head used to fit into your hands. It's totally a scummy money grab on the hormones and emotions of sleep-deprived new mothers and their loved ones. In the first couple months of each year of coverage, insurance companies sometimes decline paying a bill on the grounds that the patient has other insurance. They don't really think you have alternate insurance, they are just fishing to see if they can get away with not paying. Most patients kick it back to the insurance company, some just pay the bill. A ridiculously small number have another insurance plan, assume the first insurance company knew that, and get their second insurance company to pay. This just encourages the first insurance company, who from then on routinely decline the patient's future bills. Private medical clinics in big money / little choice fields like pain management and physical therapy rebill for already paid services 2 to 4 times / year. Patients and insurance companies, somewhat surprisingly considering how hard it is to get them to pay for anything the first time, often just pay the bill. If you catch it and call them with proof that you have already paid the bill, they apologize for the error. If you do this too often, they send you a letter notifying you that they have chosen to discontinue their professional relationship with you. Establishing a new working relationship with a new doctor at a new clinic is such a pain that many patients just repay the rebill, knowing full well that they already paid it. Pre-built PCs are rarely a good purchase, as often a few components are great and the rest are shitty, and the problem is that if one of the shitty parts dies, depending what goes kaput, it can take other components along the way, potentially destroying the entire system. Another shitty business tactic lies with the hard drives. Usually when you boot up a pre-boot, you'll see the C/boot unit and the D/ for data and backup. One would think that this means that there are 2 hard drives, but actually this is not the case. Basically what the manufacturer did was take a large hard drive and partition it in 2 units. For those who are confused by what this means, imagine taking a large room and building a wall across it to make 2 smaller rooms. The problem is that if the hard drive dies, you will lose the boot partition and your data, including any backup you will have made on it. Sure, you could ship the drive to a specialized company to retrieve the data, but that costs a lot of money, over $600 per drive. Another dirty business tactic is to make the customer focus on the amount of RAM available, or the clock of the GPU/CPU. You will often see PCs being sold with taglines such as awesome gaming system with a 3.4 GHz CPU. Thing is that what matters isn't the clock speed, but the model of the CPU. You could overclock an i7 860 to 5 GHz and it'd get wrecked performance wise by an i7 7700K at stock clocks. Often the clock trick is used to disguise cheaper and slower processors as top-notch gear. I've already seen gaming systems with i3 or low-end i5 CPUs. Same goes with GPUs. You will get a heavy emphasis on the amount of memory available. Awesome gaming system with 4GB video card, when said card is actually a very obsolete model. There's no way, for example, that you'll run Fallout 4 or Warframe at Full HD with the GTX 480. Yes, the game will start, but the performance will be so abysmal that it will be unplayable anyways. To avoid these problems, either get some advice from a trustworthy seller or have the computer assembled by a relative that knows computers fairly well. Threatening to call local or state regulators after you get an inspection and estimate on work you refuse to pay for. So let me clarify with an example. The exhaust on my water heater leads to my roof and is around 20 years old. The exhaust itself is just basically a large aluminum pipe with siding on the roof for weather/leak protection. Didn't even think about it until I got a mailer from a repairman group that offered a deal to inspect the exhaust for free and fix it, presumably at a fair price point. Called the number provided and these two young men show up, do the inspection, and sure enough, work needs to be done. The estimate for the work was around $750. I just laughed on the inside, turned down the offer, and thanked them for the inspection. The more experienced of the two then says that my system is essentially against the law and that he must contact the regulators. Of course, he added, he wouldn't have to do that if I paid for the work. To be honest, I wasn't even mad. I understand his earnings are built around doing this work and that they drove pretty far in order to do the inspection, so there is a lost cost opportunity for him. I get it, but still, it's shady. My response was, okay buddy, you do what you have to. Never heard from him again, nor did I get any calls from the regulators, lol. Not sure who exactly is behind it, but I purchased an album a year or so ago at a brick and mortar store, and while I paid they had an offer to pick one of several music magazines that I'd like a free single trial issue of. All I had to do was circle which magazine on the list I'd like a trial copy of. I didn't fill anything out. Cut to a month later, and my house is bombarded with 5 to 15 different magazines a day, many of which weren't even music related. This seemed odd, so, being cautious, I checked my bank account and lo and behold, I was being charged monthly for 15 plus different magazine subscriptions at $10-15 each. Just that first month alone they had stolen almost $300 right out of my bank account. I took a half day at work that day and waged one hell of a phone war with every phone number involved I could find. I finally got to whoever the hell the subscription service was and continuously yelled at them for being thieves and stealing my money and robbing my bank account, and told them my next call was to the police if every penny was not refunded and every subscription wasn't cancelled. She tried to tell me she had to process this and would email me about the results. I told her I was not getting off the phone today until I saw the money back in my account and had email confirmation that every single subscription was cancelled. 20 minutes later, and after reiterating that point numerous times, I saw the credit back to my bank account and had an email confirmation of all cancelled subscriptions. Looking back, I wish I had remembered who the actual service was so I could better warn others, but I have never been that fuming, shaking, raging angry in my entire life, and all I was focused on was getting my money back and trying to make sure I didn't make some stupid physical threat over the phone they could potentially use against me. I even went back to the local record shop to talk to the owner about the issue, and he was extremely embarrassed and apologetic about the whole thing and had no idea it was going on. It was just a promo one of the record or magazine companies had pushed on him. He actually went back through his records and personally called everyone he could find a hash for that had signed up for this promo and warned them of what was happening. He actually offered me $300 store credit for the hassle, but I declined, since it wasn't actually his fault, and I got my $300 back anyway. I'm sure it's different everywhere, but when I worked at Microcenter, the accidental damage plans for objects really only covered things that weren't too damaged, which I found ironic. For example, if you accident ran it over with a car, it might be considered too damaged to be accidental versus if you had just dropped it and broke the screen. So we would randomly have things denied by our vendor that honored our accidental plans based on the damage point. In almost every case we could cover it out of the store pocket instead, just to keep the customer happy, but it's something to keep in mind with accidental damage warranties anywhere. I suppose it would suck if you spent $150 on a warranty only to have it denied because you accidentally broke it too much. Also, when we sold warranties on processors, we were told to tell customers that it covered damage caused by overclocking. At some point someone important found out, and it wasn't actually true, but then it just became, if you break it that way, don't say that's how you broke it, because we didn't test the processors. But if you told us you broke it that way, we would have to deny you the claim. Point honestly, with all the weird shit they do with warranties at computer stores, I would never recommend to anyone to bother with a warranty at any electronics store. If you're ever fired from your job, some businesses will try to block you from receiving unemployment benefits for no reason other than their own bottom line. All they have to do is claim that they fired you with cause that makes you ineligible for unemployment, and that's that. Your only recourse to fix this is to file an appeal, which can take weeks, during which you're not getting paid. They'll block you from doing this, even if it's clear that you should receive UI benefits. They do this in the hopes that fired employees will either A, be too afraid to file an appeal, or B, find a new job and quickly forget about the UI money that's owed them. If you lose your job and your employer blocks your unemployment, first Google the unemployment rules in your state and make sure you are eligible. Typically, you're eligible for unemployment if you were fired or laid off for any reason other than actual misconduct or repeated violations of attendance policy. Then, immediately find out how to file an appeal, do so, and see it through to the end. An appeal, in my experience, is typically just a conference call with a judge and a representative from your ex-employer, and in cases where your employer is trying to fuck you over, that is pretty clear. Even if you've already gotten another job by then, they'll have to pay you all the back unemployment that they owed you. This practice is shady as fuck and something that needs to be cracked down on. Oh god, I just took a persuasion class and the whole thing was shady business techniques. One of the most persuasive techniques is called the scarcity principle. You, as a buyer, are more likely to buy something if you think the item is rare or if the deal is limited time. Makes sense, right? A misprinted coin is going to be worth more because it's rare. Even though the face value of the coin is the same, you're more likely to buy something because this week it's on sale. There are obvious tricks like a seller saying this is the last one and I don't know when we'll be getting more, or I can't promise this deal will be going on much longer. But it goes further than that. The thought that the information you're getting is rare can persuade you. Like, I'm not supposed to tell anyone else this, but, or my manager just let me in on a secret, but keep it hush hush. It makes you feel like you're getting some special insider info, that they like you and trust you, etc. There's also the idea of scarcity by competition that really gets to people. We learned that if you're selling something like a car on Craigslist, schedule more than one person to view the car at the same time. So when the first guy is checking it out and pondering, someone else shows up. It freaks the buyers out into being more frantic, like, oh shit, if I don't pull the trigger now the other guy will, then maybe a third person will show up, and one of the first two guys will crack. Similarly, if a couple is looking at a dryer, the salesperson might say, oh, this is a big seller, we're actually out of all of them except for this floor model. Couple might not seem interested in purchasing the floor model, so the salesperson goes in back to check, and lo and behold, there's one last one back here that the previous buyers never came to pick up, so we can actually sell it to you. It's already wrapped and ready to go, you want it today, and they go for it. Fun additional story: they did an experiment with people taste testing cookies. They had 2 jars with the same cookies in it, but one jar was full of cookies and one was half full. The cookies that came from the half full jar were rated tasting better. Again, they did the experiment with only a few cookies in the jar, and these were rated tasting better, presumably because they were more scarce. The highest rated cookies were cookies that originally were in a half full jar, but then another technician came in and asked to take some of those cookies to keep up with demand because their taste testers liked them so much. The idea that other people liked these cookies so much that there was a demand for them made people rate them higher than any other cookie, even though they were all exactly the same. I worked for a major professional services firm that had a mandatory volunteerism day. It was called something warm and fuzzy, which would give it away. Basically, people would organize community service projects in the cities this firm operated. You'd have to sign up, for an interesting one. Or, rather, one of the few that had spaces left after the organizers of said projects reserved spots for their friends. Here's the thing. This firm also had a billable hours requirement. You're paid for 20/80 hours of work per year, 40 hours/week x 52 weeks/year. You need to be client billable for a certain percentage of those hours, depending on your position. For most people, that was 90%. So, you can be off 208 HRS/year. Now, once you subtract federal/firm holidays, there were 12 total. This includes Christmas and New Year's Day. You've got 112 or 14 days/year for sick, personal and vacation time. Or, rather, 13 days after mandatory volunteerism day, because they did not exempt that from the billable hours requirement. Point now, you could work more than 40 HRS/week to effectively earn the ability to take more time off. But many, if not most, of the contracts in place had a hard cap on the total number of man hours the client would pay for, and it was usually right at 40 per week per person, and you get in trouble for any overage. When/if overage was allowed, it was usually taken by the managers so that they could earn the ability to take more time off. They with the requirement of only 80%. So, effectively, this firm stole a vacation day from their entire workforce in the name of making themselves look good. And, the tax write-off. Yep. The value of those hours is considered a charitable donation by the firm. Even though it is the workers who will either not take a vacation day as a result, or who will work extra billable hours to make up for it. Sleazebags. Mechanics, trying to take advantage of customers with limited knowledge. In my case, female, I took my car in for an oil change prior to going on a long drive. They told me that my tires were too bald and that I wouldn't arrive at my destination if I didn't buy tires right now at a ridiculously high price. I called my husband and Phil due to feeling too much pressure, and they told me to come home to check. Were the tires bald? Yes. Were they going to explode like the guy literally told me? No. Did we find a cheaper option for buying tires? Hell yes. Also, slightly related, tow truck companies. We were recently driving home and someone T-boned us. Are we laxal or something? Remember, limited knowledge was broken and we couldn't drive the car away. My husband calls our insurance. USAA is amazing, by the way, and they set us up with a local provider near our house. They called a tow truck company to take our car there. The guy shows up 1.5 hours later and starts asking if he can take our car to his place because they also do collision and repair. My husband declines because they are A, not the company our insurance provided, B, we know nothing about them, whereas the insurance provider was well ranked as is required, C, their business is about 45 minutes away from our house. The guy kept getting pushy, but my husband repeatedly declined. The guy takes our car and we get a rental. The next day our insurance says that the tow truck company would not release our car without us coming in person to release it. Apparently their policy was to prevent people from taking other people's cars, which sort of makes sense. But when my husband asked if he could authorize the work to be done over the phone, they said that was fine. This was because the driver had put a note saying that we did want it serviced there. So my husband went down to the place, and it turned out to be a shithole. He had to argue with them for 30 minutes while dodging repeated sales attempts to finally get the car. And the kicker was that they accepted cash only. So that would have been a pain in the ass through insurance. Any company taking advantage of limited knowledge or people in a crisis should be closed down. Faking assholes. I worked for an orthodontic surgeon in the US who ran a dental implant sales business on the side. I encountered a few scummy and sometimes illegal practices that he's been using to succeed, many of which I won't mention here for the sake of time, but here it goes. 1. This man has labeled this business as a startup, despite the fact that it is almost 6 years old. He used that guise to get people to work for him for minimal pay without benefits, made people do jobs well outside of their contract, because people needed to pull their weight in a startup, and would try to get people to stay and work on their lunch breaks, or stay well after office hours, all of this to help keep the startup company afloat. 2. He never had an FDA license to sell his products in the US, for a reason, and he frequently pushes his agenda to test his unstable implants on his patients who don't actually need them. He will tell them some lie, like these teeth are not looking so good, you're going to need 6 implants. He tells people that he uses special equipment because other doctors' materials don't compare. Many clients found themselves at other doctors a month or so later to repair the damage this man did to them. When it comes to dealing with any kind of specialist surgeon, it pays to read up on your doctor and/or your procedural options. You might get stuck with a penny-pinching evil dental surgeon who tests his inventions on you. The Magician's Force, business stack style. One company I know which still operates locally sells cloud backup services, which doesn't work some of the time. Based on the amount of data involved, there's not much chance of failure in the first week or during a test, but after months or years of use and more data accumulating, the chance of being able to retrieve something correctly starts to look very wobbly. But they don't sell this service to end users anymore. They white box it and sell it to MSPs who slap their name and logo on it and resell it to regular businesses, who proceed to use it for years for backing up their business until the one day they actually need the data and it's not recoverable because the software was built for 350 by overseas sweet shop developers. So they go into a massive rage fit and drop that MSP, then storm down the road to the next one and sign up with those guys because those guys have a different backup service. Right? Nope. Something like 75% of all MSP backup services in the state are this exact same service running under hundreds of different names. The MSPs keep using the white boxed service because it makes more money for them and brings in more business than losing the occasional customer costs them. And businesses, over and over, keep losing their data. Sometimes the only copy of their data. And the contracts are legal weaselly, which means the company behind it all can never be sued for anything because they very carefully never anywhere make any claims of reliability. And no one except themselves knows who else in the state is using them because no MSPs want to admit they farmed out their cloud backup service to a third party and not told their customers, which means it's damn difficult to get together with other ripped off businesses and put together a group lawsuit. And yes, the guy running it and the head of sales team, when they bother to hire anyone else, are exactly the kind of sleazes you might imagine. I'm in the UK, so it probably only applies here. I was basically tricked out of statutory maternity pay by my old boss. He said while I had really bad morning sickness he would reduce my hours. I don't ask him to. He caught me at my weakest point that day, but when I was feeling better and looked into it, he refused to put my hours back up. I therefore wasn't eligible for SMP with that company as I hadn't worked enough hours during the qualifying period. I worked this out pretty quickly, but he managed to avoid a meeting about it until it was too late. He also did this to someone else at the same time. He also pretty much pressured me to leave once I'd had my baby. I didn't do anything wrong prior to my pregnancy, I might add. He just really hated women and the fact they sometimes have other commitments that might disrupt his day. He was a wanker at it. I must add that it wasn't his company, so it didn't directly affect his profits or anything. He was a manager of a store in the UK within a national chain. Probably thought he'd be rewarded for this ruthlessness rather than punished, should anyone get wind of it. Part of the reason I didn't take it any further. Also, he literally waited until I'd left the bathroom one morning at about 6:15. I'm exhausted and weepy from continuous sickness, unavoidable as he kept putting me on 6 AM start shifts before telling me he needed a word and berating me for my lack of effort to stop being sick and that perhaps I should reduce my hours. I can't remember if he made me sign anything contractual to that effect there and then. Probably though, I reckon he'd already decided what he was going to do. The sickness cleared up about 3 weeks later and I was absolutely fine. It was only this bad for about 2 weeks. So it's not like I wasn't able to work all the hours I had been and wanted to with a baby on the way. He's a horrid person. I eventually got signed off after crying at my GP appointment on an unrelated visit because he kept giving me really late or really early shifts and making me stand up for hours at a time. He was furious about that too and asked me to tell him what she said in front of about 4 other members of staff who were just sitting in his office chatting. any kind of health plan on your technology. About 5 years ago I got a new laptop from PC World in the UK and got it with a health plan. I was about 15 at the time, so didn't really know better. It broke down a few times and each time sent it to get fixed. Came back each time not as good as it was, but that's okay to be expected as a computer gets older. But overall it would have been much cheaper to fix myself. However, on the 4th time I took it in to get it replaced, as it stated on the agreement that if a 4th fault occurs it can be replaced. When I took it in they said it had to be 4 of the same faults, which I believed, so got it fixed normally and still came back worse. Then a problem occurred for the 4th time. Apparently now it has to be within a certain time frame. At this point I gave up trying to challenge it. Then years later I got a job there over Christmas and had to do some training. Part of it included these plans, and it stated that any 4 faults in any time frame. I asked my manager, is it any fault to have it replaced, even if faults are different? Yes, in any time frame. Yes, that's weird. I bought mine in years ago with 4 different faults. To get it replaced she was not happy with me at all. Didn't keep my job after the Christmas period. The moral of the story: salespeople will lie and twist an agreement to their own end, so don't get one. You'll spend more money on it than repairs yourself. I was a wedding photographer, one who would sell prints beyond just shoot burn, where you just put edited photos on a disk/USB and send it to the client, and that would be the end of the contract. A trick that I used to do to increase sales for prints and was taught during an online business seminar by a nationally recognized wedding photographer was to artificially inflate the prices of individual prints and albums while heavily discounting print packages/bundles. This way clients are more likely to only spend big money on the packages rather than just buying a print or two. The idea is, with packages, clients think about how much money they save. With individual prints, a la carte, they think about how much money they spend. Because why buy two 11x14s for $150 each and a 12x12 album for $3,600 when you can get both of those plus an extra parent album and an acrylic print with a $4,200 package, only $300 more? We get our print products and albums from professional print labs, that is Miller's, Bay Photo, etc. But we do not disclose that information, neither do the labs. We tell the clients that the print packages we offer are only there for a very limited time to create that sense of urgency and to make it seem like we are helping them. We say these are discounts offered to us and that we are passing them on to our clients as if we are not really profiting much. In reality, no such packages exist within those print labs and the prices rarely ever change. The method worked wonders, and I would do this after an engagement shoot and after the wedding. So I've had clients spend a total of well over $10,000 for their entire photography experience, from booking fee to prints and upsells. Did I feel dirty about it? Maybe a little, but many businesses do things like this to maximize their bottom line. Ultimately, clients were always happy with everything, and that's what matters the most. Meanwhile, I get paid well for my time and talent, and it keeps the bills paid and food on the table. Try to be the last person to board the airliner. This allows you to steal an empty seat that might be better than what you paid for. Got caught? Just pretend to be confused, apologize, and go to your real seat. This trick can be used to get extra food/beverages. I'll usually toss a blanket into the seat I paid for to make it look like it's in use. Try to be the last person to exit the airline. This gives you a chance to find any free tablets, phones, or other valuables someone left behind. The staff are usually positioned near the exit of the aircraft and won't notice you. If you do get caught, claim that you were taking it to get lost and found. If you order a bottle of white wine or champagne and you want another bottle for free, simply pour some water on the floor and then drop the empty champagne bottle on the wet spot. Drop it hard enough to break the bottle. Make sure you apologize to the staff as they clean it up, and be sure to tell them what a shame it was to pay for a bottle and only get to drink a glass or two. Good chance that, if you are apologetic, polite, and self-deprecating, you'll get a new bottle. Do you want to try something new at a familiar restaurant? Order the new dish and eat a couple of bites. If you like it, keep it. If not, tell them it's awful and you'd like to order something else. Pouring a little bit of water on the front of your pants can be a first-class ticket to the front of any bathroom line. Don't go too crazy though, just rub a little on the surface to avoid soaking your undies. Edit. Bonus tips. Do you work at a movie theater? Wow, have I got some tips for you? After the film is over, head into the theater and grab as many empty popcorn and drink cups as you can. These can be washed and resold to customers. Be sure the customer is using cash. Most customers will begin pulling out the method of payment right away, so be sure to stall until you see the method. Pocket the cash. You can also buy some of the candy the theater sells at Costco for 1/4 the price the theater sells it. Pocket those profits. This also works at food stands where only cash is accepted. Recycle those used cups or other containers for some nice pocket cash. Keep an eye out for going out of business and liquidation sales. Not the ones for large companies, but for real small businesses. Large corporations are set on their prices, and if they don't get $sign, they are asking for, they can bid out the remaining product to dollar store type businesses. A small privately owned business will usually have the owner behind the counter. If he can't sell something, he's going to have more trouble, and he's already in some financial distress. After all, he's going out of business. Use that desperation on to get rock bottom prices on things. Start absurdly low, or ask him to do 2 for the price of 1. Offer to pay in cash, no receipt, no returns, etc. You won't believe what you can get out of a desperate small business owner. Same goes for services. They'll do anything. Are you moving? Using a moving company? Most moving companies will give you an estimate over the phone. Let's say $500 to move 2 bedrooms and a living room. When the movers come over, let them know you'll pay them $100 cash in a tip. If the move only costs $300, they will break their backs moving you as quickly as possible to get you done at under $300. They will skip lunch and everything. They might be exhausted, but you'll save $100 by paying only $300 plus $100 tip. Another nice thing is that when they are locked into this deal with you, you can suddenly add more boxes or even a whole other room you never mentioned on the estimate. Don't do that up front. Wait until they are almost done to throw the extras at them. Otherwise, while they are loading the truck, just start adding more stuff into one of the rooms they almost have cleared up. Make sure the mover is insured. When those guys are in a hurry, they might damage something, at which point they will have to cover the cost to replace or repair it. I was the manager at a moving company called Utake, and I quit because I was tired of the shitty practice. So imagine you're a customer, you come into my dealership 2 months in advance, right before summer, and ask to make a reservation for our largest truck to move locally on a Friday. I give you the price, you agree to it, and I'll say something along the lines of, if for any reason a day comes and we don't have a truck for you, we will send you to the nearest location that does have this truck available. So, any number of things can go wrong for this. Here are just a few examples. The Utake company will automatically downgrade that person's reservation to a smaller truck and keep it at the same price because it needs the truck for a customer who is going on a one-way trip halfway around the country. I can call to confirm with that customer on the day previous to their pickup for the next day for time and size of the truck. However, during the night, the Utake company can switch it around, giving away my truck. That is covering a reservation on the promise that another large truck is coming in from a one-way and it will be here on time to cover the original reservation. But what if the one-way customer is late? What if they get lost because they don't know the area all that well? They just moved here. What if they return their truck to another Utake station? 3. I have to rent out a truck if a customer promises to bring it back in time for another reservation. Now you may be thinking, this doesn't sound bad. This sounds like good business. Well, I worked for Utake for a long time. There was always this one customer who would never make a reservation, but come in on Thursdays because we weren't busy and rent our largest truck size and promise to bring it back the next day in time for another reservation. Then he would keep it all through the weekend, but he always paid his bills on time, so I couldn't ban him from the store. This dude, once a month at least, would fuck over 3 customers because he was too lazy to make a reservation for a truck and somehow knew how the system worked well enough to get away with it. These are only a few examples. There are plenty more, and you may be thinking, but the customer can just travel to the nearest location to get a truck, right? How many places do you think have a large truck available on a weekend during the summer? Hint, no one. Basically anything that goes on at a car dealership. The back and forth getting permission from their manager, so you aren't negotiating against them, but rather a phantom force in a back office. Presenting prices as final and costs/fees as unavoidable when everything is negotiable. They will try to create as much pressure as possible to buy immediately, as if their factories aren't churning out new cars every day, and you don't have all the time in the world to find a proper deal. The other day I was negotiating. I wasn't asking for much. MSRP was 46, guy was down to 38,800, and I asked him to go a little bit further to 37. Oh no, can't do it, impossible. Never been done in the history of this company. If I could find that price at another dealer, please let him know which one, so he can go buy a car there too, etc etc. I get up to leave. Oh hey no wait, okay, let me know which number you need in order to make this deal today. 37,000. I can't, okay, that's too bad. I felt we were so close. Alright, see you later. No, wait, okay, we can do 37 if you're signing today. Okay, sounds good. Guy goes back to put together some stuff. Come back. The car is now charcoal gray instead of white, which we had discussed earlier. Why is this gray? My wife doesn't want a gray car. She wants white, like we had discussed. I can't do this price on a white car. Gray is the only one we can offer for this. We don't have a white one on the lot that meets these specs. I don't want gray. We are not buying gray. Can you order white for us? Let me check. Come back. We had been discussing everything as base price before taxes and tags. Comes back, this other dealership has it. This will be the price after taxes and tags. 40,100. Look over the pricing. By my estimate there is $1,800 built in. Why are we no longer starting from 37? Oh, well the dealer who currently holds it won't let it go for that price. This is at 38k for a white one. Suddenly we are back to square one. Told him I couldn't possibly deal with him and left. I'm assuming these tactics work on dumb people or something, but holy shit, it's also obvious and insulting to waste my time getting dicked around by people who think they're somehow going to outmaneuver me with numbers on paper. I'm a software developer, but part of my work involves contracting and pricing. I didn't just fall off the turnip truck last week. FFS. There's an eyeglass place near me with a big sign that says 2 pairs of glasses for $69 plus free eye exam. So I needed new glasses and decided to go in one day. I asked if I could see the glasses, but the salesman assured me that I would find a pair that I liked as he pointed around the entire place, which was full of glasses. He told me to go wait in the back for my free eye exam. Got my eye exam. The nice optometrist gave me the prescription for my glasses and told me to go to the counter. Then the guy tells me it's $45. I said, wait, what? Isn't it free? He said yes, but you have to pay the $45 since they are an optometrist and we give you a $45 credit off on your glasses. Okay, so it's free, but not really. Whatever. Paid the $45. So I start looking at the glasses I want to get now. Find a pair, pick it up, and the sales guy says, oh, those are $200. I said, what? Where are the $69 ones then? He pointed to his shelf that was about 4 feet wide with the ugliest pairs of glasses I've ever seen. He helped me pick out 2 pairs that looked alright, but were definitely cheap. Rings them up, and he says it will be about $250 after taxes and the $45 off. I said, what? Apparently just the 2 frames themselves were $69 and they charged like $130 or something stupid. I can't remember the exact numbers to put the lenses in each of them. I was livid. I said, why isn't this on any sign? This is a straight up bait and switch scheme. He looked at me like I had 3 heads and said, I don't know why you're so angry. I said, because you advertised 2 pairs for $69 and now you're trying to charge me $250 in addition to the $45 I already paid. I then demanded my prescription that I paid for, and he refused to give it to me, saying it was property of the place. I said, no it's not, I paid for it, snatched my prescription off the counter, and stormed out. Screw that place. Car repair. Holy fuck. So locally there's a law that all estimates must be within 10% of final build price. That offers some protection, but still do your homework. And here's why. I buy used Toyota Sienna 198,000 km. Owner tells me no timing belt was done, so I call round for prices. I'll keep this short as I could elaborate. Toyota dealership #1 wants 800 for the belt, 1400 for the belt and water pump. Toyota dealership #2 wants 1200 for the job with water pump. Toyota dealership #3 wants 800 for the belt and water pump. Puzzles at price difference. I call all three to find out shop rate. The lowest priced shop had the highest shop rate. Yes, you read that correctly. I asked shop 3 how this is possible. Answer shocked me. Toyota has a service interval maintenance guideline. That guideline states a timing belt interval includes this bushing, and that water pump etc. and comes at this set rate for the job. However, if the shop does it as a custom job X, adds more parts to the job such as an extra pulley change, or bushing or aftermarket belt etc., they are no longer bound by Toyota's pricing for routine maintenance and can charge based on what the industry standard Mitchell computer rates the job at. One dealer even doubled up the hours for the belt and water pump. Water pump is 3.5 hours labor, belt is 3 hours labor, therefore both is 6.5 hours labor, even though the timing belt must be removed to replace the water pump point. So watch out before trusting a dealership to do regular service interval work. Scumbag move if you ask me. Trojan horse equity. John develops hot new app, receives partnership offers, takes on investors from a VC firm. The contract involves several highly subjective, almost abstract performance terms, but he's not worried. Nothing he can't meet. Things are going well. The app is growing at a steady clip. John took his share and bought a new condo, really living the high life. One day, he gets a knock at the door. It's a process server. He's being sued by his investors. This must be a mistake. He calls their office. The secretary advises them that due to the pending legal action, they cannot talk. Well, John isn't one to be pushed around. And what with the $400,000 cash he got from the initial funding round, he's going to fight this bullshit tooth and nail. So he hires a lawyer, files a response, the legal bills start rolling in. He realizes this is a war of attrition he cannot win against a multi-billion-dollar venture capital firm. A settlement offer is dispatched. Give us more equity, more/total control of the operations, etc, etc, and we'll drop the suit. You get to keep whatever equity, whatever royalty, but it's much less than before they took your scalp, and he will eventually accept that offer because he can't afford to defend against their Trojan horse lawsuit. Moral: the character of investing partners matters as much as their money. Taking a single dollar from the devil, contained in the contract, is a clause that will let him seize control of everything else. Loan companies that pander to stupid people. They say that they can loan you money and consolidate your bills into one lower monthly payment, but they skate over, as much as legally possible, that you're paying off the same amount over a way longer period with an insanely high interest rate. The sad thing is, as long as they don't violate FTC/state limits on interest rates, there's nothing illegal about it. The other one on my mind, that may or may not tie in other commercials, that run something along the lines of no credit no problem. They target poor people and people with bad credit history, knowing this means the loan will likely default. Once this inevitably happens, the company takes the victim to court for all they're worth. Edit. I stewed myself into continuing the rant. This second example is how the American housing crisis of '08 was caused. Mortgage companies and banks filled home loans to our poor and immigrants who had no clue what they were signing. These banks knew full well that these loans would fail or default, which gave the banks a unique opportunity. They offered CDOs, or collateralized debt obligations. Because the banks were wily, they decided to offer Joe's example, who picks strawberries for $14K a year, every cent he needed to buy a $725K house. They were super nice and gave him a 2-year teaser rate. Fast forward 2 years, that rate expires, and his mortgage payments shoot up. Naturally, Joe defaults on his loan, so guess what? Housing prices soared, and the banks had no clue what to do. All of the tranches, groups of CDOs that are able to be rated way higher than they're actually worth, began to show their colors, and the market essentially crashed. Why? Because banks preyed on the weak. If you have a boat in a marina and have the hull cleaned regularly, if you don't, you are quite literally destroying your boat. There are a few things you should look out for with the hull cleaners. If another company comes to you with pictures of your dirty hull alleging they were taken right after your regular diver cleaned it, check with your regular diver to double check the date. Growth is normal after 3 weeks. During warmer months they'll clean more frequently because of this, and it doesn't necessarily mean that they did a bad job. Form a relationship with your chosen service. If at all possible, they will do everything in their power to keep your business. Some services won't work on your boat if you do this, but they are making a killing off of anode replacements. Services will charge double what they paid and then add a fee on top to put it on. Usually it's a couple screws or bolts and takes 5 minutes. If you get them from a local store, you'll probably get charged 50% more than a diver, since you're buying lesser amounts much less frequently. It definitely adds up. Take advantage of your annual haul out. And that last note, you should be able to access every anode and the yard should let you do that work yourself. This one is more about the anodes. If it says it is Canadian metal, it is actually made with very subpar Chinese junk and imported into Canada. There is a very good American company out of Southern California that makes far superior products in almost every way for not much more. They fit better and burn more efficiently, slower. The job is stupid easy, and there are a lot of very sleazy companies. If you're paying $60 a month plus /dash anodes, make sure you aren't just going to the cheapest guy. Surprisingly, there is a lot of drama within that industry. The History/Discovery Channel should really make it a reality show. It barely needs any writing. It's so ridiculous. Used to work at a large national instrument and music gear retailer. They would consistently have sales. Labor Day, 4th of July, President's Day, summer, winter, etc. Advertised as X% discount off list price. List price was always 30-40% above the actual retail price anyway. So advertising a 30% off list price sale would really only be a 5% discount off retail price. Throw in the fact that their prices were on the high side, we'll say 5-10% higher than online, and you'll quickly realize that you're not saving any money at all. Another thing they did was package special sale versions of keyboards. As an example, it would be advertised as $50 off retail price. You go into the store to scoop up the deal and realize that it doesn't include a power supply, sustain pedal, or basic items that are usually included with a keyboard. Not to worry, they have a keyboard accessory kit that you can buy for, you guessed it, $50. Other things using SKUs specific to the retail chain, so it's difficult or impossible to price match or compare online using a model number. Even worse, some online retail companies share a parent company and will list one item at an extreme markup on 2 or more of their sites so the other ones can have a sale. The subsidiary companies will share the same SKU, so if you Google the SKU, it will appear as though you're researching separate prices from several separate companies. Smoke and mirrors. Extended warranty/coverage. Total ripoff. There are some exceptions. If you do buy, take some time to read the fine print and complete whatever steps it outlines. Some will require you to register your product with them within 30 days, even if you purchased a 2-year plan. Warranties are serviced by third parties which often have no knowledge of how your purchased item works, so they'll sometimes be denied a claim out of ignorance for how the product should be used. Filing claims are always a pain in the butt. Keep your original receipt and choose your words carefully when explaining how or why the item needs repair or replacement. Never admit fault. Be prepared to ask to speak to a manager if your claim is denied. The back of your receipt often has a long list of fine print items, refund policies, exchange policies, no return items, etc. You're still on the hook, even if your sales guys didn't inform you that the pack of reeds you bought is non-returnable. Doesn't matter that you didn't open them and they're the wrong strength. Edit, grammar, and I keep thinking of things. Very late in responding, but hopefully someone will benefit from my experience. In college, I worked a summer at one of the biggest card companies in the US. I'm sure you can guess which one. Despite the poor way they treated their employees day to day, they had 4 particularly awful, and probably illegal, business tactics. The first was their practice of never firing any employee, so they never had to pay for unemployment. They would just take them off the schedule and refuse to let anyone tell them that they no longer worked there. You just had to keep calling in until you got the hint. The second was the way they took applications. If someone came in with a resume, the manager required the sales associates to put them behind the register. Then, the manager would ask for descriptions of the applicant and whether or not they thought the manager should give them an interview. Because some of the sales associates were racist and/or had prejudices, only pretty white women would get interviews. Third, they asked the associates, without describing this outright of course, to closely monitor or follow non-white customers because they felt like they would steal. So infuriating. Finally, and probably the most directly relevant to those on this thread, they sold damaged goods for full price. If a kid knocked over a ceramic statue or an ornament, for example, the manager told us to put it in a bin in the back. Then, they would use super glue to put it back together and repackage it. We were then supposed to sell it for full price. Horrible company. TLDR, any contractor that requires a really early down payment, specifically prior to scheduling your service, even if the terms of service don't state it's non-refundable, they can make getting the money back especially difficult. Had this happened with a contractor who was going to work on my home prior to sale of the property recently. Almost decided to tell them, sorry, I guess I'll give someone else my business, which is what I should have done. But they had a good rating on a site that rhymes with Lange's List, and a thorough review of the terms didn't state the deposit wasn't refundable. 3 days later the scheduler finally called me and told me their first available appointment was 3.5 weeks later on the day of closing, which they were aware of, and when I told her I would need to consider other contractors, she reiterated there were no earlier appointments. I called back about 4 hours later, after my second choice confirmed they could complete all work in the week. All of a sudden multiple appointments in the next 2 weeks became available. When I told them they should have told me that before, I had to contact another contractor who wasn't giving me the runaround. The owner got on the phone and proceeded to make all kinds of wild and extremely unprofessional accusations, including the only way you're getting that deposit back is if I decide to give it to you. Disputed the charge with my bank and provided the terms of service, so I did end up getting my money back, luckily. Still way more trouble that it would have been. The company I work for is the event rentals industry. They have something called security damage deposit. What this does, you pay a certain amount of money as secure in case anything goes missing, broken or damaged, depending on how big the event is. It can range from as little as $50 or all the way to nearly $10,000. The sales assistant told our client that, as soon as everything returns back, the company takes around 7 business days to return that deposit back to them. Here is the dirty part, our boss does not care about returning that money back to the clients. In his mind, that money is already ours for letting them use our equipment, which in my mind they are already paying and overpaying, because this company ain't cheap, you know. So unless the client call us, then the company returns their money. If they forget, they never see that money. Not only that, anything that's more than $500 needs our CFO approval, and if he feels like signing it then he will. If not, then good luck. Sometimes I get calls from customers asking, how come we take so long to return their deposit back? All I say is that I apologize for the inconvenience, but our billing department messed up, or that there's some kind of insert BS theory/story, and we'll do it as soon as possible. I try to refund or follow up as many events, but one can only do so much. I don't get much help, and on top of that, our boss doesn't give a shit about them, so I came here to make sure someone had mentioned what, in my mind, is the most unscrupulous tactic, and scrolled all the way down the page and I can't believe nobody has mentioned it. Yet planned obsolescence. It is so common it's sickening, and yet it's accepted as standard practice. It all started in, I think, the 1930s or 40s, when Jay held a secret meeting with other light bulb companies. Before that, light bulbs would last for years. The problem was you could buy a light bulb and never need to replace it. but the companies wanted to increase sales, so they all agreed together they would design a light bulb that would burn out. Then they marketed it by saying it will last over 1000 hours, as if it were an improvement point. Since then, planned obsolescence is a thing. Thousands of products designed specifically to become obsolete after a few years, months, weeks, etc. An electric drill with a crappy power adapter. A disposable razor that you throw away after a week. An iPhone that's all the rage this year, but next year you won't be cool unless you get the new one with a fingerprint reader. The list goes on and on, but essentially, they now design products to become obsolete and keep us spending. It fuels consumerism, materialism, and a throwaway society, all while deliberately giving us defective products. Total bullshit. Probably a bit late to the party. I was a recruiter for a staffing agency. Learned quickly that, while the job was very rewarding and helpful to many, it had a shady undertone. We were trained to gather info from every interview. Oh, you interviewed at ABC company. How did that go? Did you meet with Karen in ours? I know damn well there's no Karen in ours, but you will want to correct me. You say no. I met with Bill in accounting. Now I know Bill in accounting is hiring, and I can go stalk him on LinkedIn and send him promotional material. Another one. Oh, I see you listed your supervisor as a reference. Did you work with any other upper management? Oh, as you say. I would love to talk to them too. I bet they have great things to say about you. Do you have their number? Ding. Another lead point. Also on the client side there was a lot of let me talk to corporate, or I was able to get permission to reduce this fee, when in reality we had almost complete say of what we charge our clients, as long as a minimum fee was met. We also had to track every lead and had high quotas. Additionally, we had set numbers on how many people to interview monthly. Trust me, it was high. It made my skin crawl. I loved recruiting, but I felt forced to manipulate people when they were down and churn interviews out without devoting the time I wanted to. It's what gives the industry a bad name and quits because of it. TLDR, your recruiter wants to get you a job. Sincerely, but they will also target every company you worked for or interviewed with and use you to get info to use themselves or pass to a sales team, and most of us don't like doing it. Insurance line. I was a cook when this old friend whom I met on a board game session asked me out for a drink and did a quick survey. I knew what she was up to, but I just come out, chill a bit, and insisted on buying this plan. I rejected hard. After a while she suggested I join her adventures, which is called Great Eastern, practically telling her I have no form of additional income to sustain. She told me, once you've joined us, you can have a basic pay for the first 3 months of your career. Okay, I have the basics to cover my needs. Great. Then I told myself, okay, I'll try. Worst decision ever. I had to take up exams, attend courses that they claimed were free, and pay off my stuff. Over the time I have to spend 3/4 of my savings over 3 months. Once I became a proper agent, she told me, oh, I couldn't get the deal for you. I'm sorry, but it's okay. You're already here now. Fine, ignore that piece of shit. After 2 days, I got this really good looking and young female entrepreneur. Really attractive, I swear. She agreed to buy a full package of herself from medical plan to financial savings. I counted that time. If it's a successful transaction, my first paycheck would be around 17k. It's a big sum, I swear. So once the papers have been signed, my friend told me to ask the prospect to sign up first, then come back and fill in the details so as not to waste time. I did, out of joy. I really did. On that time, I just passed the papers to my friend, and she told me after 3 days I should have a parcel ready at the counter. After 3 days, I received no parcel. I just waited. No bank transaction at all. On the 4th day after the deal, the prospect called me to tell me that someone visited her to discuss her deal. Asked me whether this is my idea. I was so confused. I asked my manager, and she told me that my friend sealed a 17k deal not long ago. And the sudden realization comes that your friend stole your business. Yeep. She stole my prospect. And what did I do in return? I personally met up with the prospect, told her the story. She asked if she didn't want it anymore, and got cranky about it. Understandable. I called my manager. She didn't know anything about how to cancel insurance plans. But I recall studying it, that US agents can cancel any newly made deals that are just fresh out of parcel after 21 days. I did. I took her papers and my prospect to the HQ. Immediately cancel the deal and get a full refund after 21 working days after that. I apologized to my prospect. She thanked me and felt guilty and hugged me afterwards anyways. Personally, insurance line is a joke.